Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tony Payan. I'm the director of the Center for the United States and Mexico at Rice University's Baker Institute for Public Policy. It is really a pleasure to welcome you to the halls of the Baker Institute today for an in-depth discussion on current trends and the future of regional and global trade. As you well know, the world is quite unsettled, to say the least. There is a war raging in Europe. There is a growing great power competition between the US and China. There are aggressive populist governments surging in many different places around the world, a clear challenge to democracy in my view. And economically, there are new protectionist impulses manifest clearly in the resurgence of industrial policies and doubts cast over the benefits of freer trade. Even so, there is a trade regime in place, and there is not only a global trade system embodied in the World Trade Organization, if you will, but there are also multiple bilateral and multilateral trade agreements in every continent. Over the last decades, whole industries, in fact, have been built around every single trade agreement in the world, with manufacturing, agriculture, energy, and services being only some of them. But ink on paper doesn't mean that things always flow smoothly and that everything goes well, and that trade, in fact, is a much more political and ideological issue as much as it is an economic and legal matter. And so today, again, we find important ideological and political questions around the world trade system. Again, some of them in our own country here in the United States. Even in the United States, as I said, in a bulwark of free trade since the mid-20th century, there are serious doubts about the benefits of trade. Most surprising, for example, is the fact that both the Trump administration and the Biden administration, as different as they are in style, have favored a more US-centric economic orientation. America first, or Build America, Buy America, Hire American, are the slogans that we hear today over and over again from one administration to another. And as David Gantz points out, President Biden hasn't necessarily lifted all the tariffs imposed by the Trump administration. So clearly it's something that transcends political parties and one president or the other. There's something, it's a kind of a zeitgeist around trade that prevails today. And of course, when that happens, policy actions follow them. Tariffs on these or those goods and subsidies on this or that industry. President Trump ran explicitly against NAFTA, for example, and sought to renegotiate it. And in Mexico, Mr. López Obrador ran against NAFTA too, and renegotiated it too. And even if in hindsight, we can agree that the accord was probably due for a renegotiation, the original impulse for such action was not to modernize it or expand it, but to correct the many alleged injustices the treaty inflicted on American and Mexican workers. Few remember the benefits to them and their communities in the form of greater competition, lower prices, a greater variety of goods, technology transfers, investment stability, and so on. Free trade indeed appears to have few friends today. And in this global context, we now see a whole new discussion around nearshoring, ally shoring, reshoring, and so on, all motivated by the fear that trade supply chains are not reliable and that there are always ill intentions lurking just under every government action everywhere, some warranted and some unwarranted. And so it is better to repatriate production and forego what should probably be decisions best left to companies rather than nationalistic politicians and bureaucrats. Indeed, in reading the papers that you will hear, the authors in the papers that you will hear about today, one of them in particular struck me with one phrase. It asked, are we still in a rules-based trading system, or have we actually transited to a power-based trading system? And that was a key question, because I think it really goes to the heart of where we are today. I do not have the answer to that question, and we'll hear from the author of that paper today, but it was also so sharply stated that I was quite impressed by the paper, and it took me aback for a while, and I had to kind of think about this particular statement, and it highlighted for me some of the deeper questions that bring us together here today. In any event, over time, through various publications, conversations, and workshops, and thinking about trade, in multiple communications among several scholars of the center, many questions on the trends and governance and future of trade began to emerge. And David Gantz and I began to think about how to piece together this particular project and think about trade long and hard. I will introduce David in a minute, but I want to say something about what this all means. When this came up, when this particular set of questions came up, David and I began to have a conversation on putting together this particular project. And we set out to outline the key issues in three great questions. One of them, for example, was the trade governance, international trade system governance. What is it like? Where is it going? What are the important weaknesses in the international trade governance? And the second question was the U.S., Mexico, China nexus, particularly under the light of the nearshoring, offshoring, reshoring, all kinds of shoring questions that are going on around. And the other one was, of course, the implementation of the USMCA. Mexico, the U.S., and Canada are currently engaged in state-to-state consultations. Who knows where that will go, but that's another important question. I think for the most part, there probably is going well, but there is one outstanding issue, which is the issue of energy. That's where Mexico, I think, is beginning to kind of walk back its commitments, and so that's an important question that is part of that. And so these are the three major lines of questioning that David and I pieced together. International trade system governance, the U.S., China, Mexico nexus, and of course the implementation of the USMCA. And all the papers that you will hear about today, all the authors, really focused on any of these or all of these particular questions. You'll hear a variety of perspectives and very interesting insights on these papers. I read them all, quite insightful, and so we're looking forward to a really good discussion today with our two panels and our keynote speaker. So to begin our day, let me introduce David Gantz, a friend and colleague here at the Baker Institute. David Gantz is the Will Clayton Fellow in Trade and International Economics here at the Baker Institute. And of course, before he was the Will Clayton Fellow, he was a scholar associated with the Center for the U.S. and Mexico. He's also the Samuel M. Feckley Professor of Law Emeritus at the University of Arizona, James E. Rogers College of Law, and Director Emeritus of the International Trade and Business Law Program. And he serves as an affiliated faculty at the Latin American Studies Department and of the Institute of the Environment. He has been a visiting professor at Georgetown, George Washington University, the Universidad Rafael Landívar in Guatemala, Universidad de Costa Rica, Universidad Mayor in Chile, and among others. David has taught courses in international trade law, international environmental law, NAFTA, and other regional trade agreements. Public international law, international business transactions, international investment in technology, international technology transfers, European Union law, Latin American economic history, and the U.S. legal system, and on and on. So clearly no one is more qualified to call this panel than David today. You can see the rest of David's short bio on the website. So I'm now inviting David to introduce our first panel. David, thank you for joining us today, for traveling here to Houston.
Please let me start by asking the four of you who are on this panel to come up here so we don't have any more interruptions. Thank you very much for the pleasant, very nice introduction, Tony, and also for the overview of this project, which has now been going on for almost a year, with the generous support of the Koch Foundation, which is represented here today with Katie. It's one of the reasons that we chose these three areas is because they're distinct, but they're also very closely related. It's really hard to talk about the U.S.-China relationship and reshoring without talking about investment in Mexico, because companies logically would move from one lower labor cost country to another. So we've tried to divide this basically into three areas. And one thing I would suggest as we think about these issues is to keep in mind some of the changes that seem to be taking place in China over the last week or two, of course, with the Communist Party Congress, with Chairman Xi being anointed for at least another 5 years as the head of the party, head of the state, and how that might affect all of these things. And one of the things that has always bothered me a bit is there are many in the U.S. who are always wringing their hands about how are we going to deal with China, sometimes without thinking about practical ways of doing that. And one of the suggestions that I would make for us to think about is, what does it mean if Xi follows his current policies, keeping the country or the cities closed down, if you see the slightest hint of COVID-19, increasing the power of the state-owned enterprises at the expense of privately owned businesses, whether domestic or foreign, effectively discouraging foreign investment, essentially arguing or taking policies that mean a much slower growth rate for China, it seems to be, in the future. I mean, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, we're talking 11 or 12% annually. Now we're talking 3, 4, maybe 5, and maybe less. So in a sense, this is troubling because it's not good for the world economy, but it also may offer additional opportunities if we can get our act together in the U.S. and respond in a sensible way to some of these opportunities. I listen to so many people telling me, well, China's going to overtake us in terms of GDP in 5 years or 10 years. You pick a number out of the hat, but they're usually short terms. I think it's less clear that that's going to happen today than it was a couple of years ago. But a lot of it depends on what we do internally. And that's one of the things that concerns us, and frankly, that's one of the reasons we've been putting this program together. We have some eminent scholars you'll hear from in the next couple of hours, and many of them are making practical suggestions, things that could be done to improve the China relationship, to deal more effectively with the WTO that's been stymied for years, to try to deal with a very difficult set of relationships between the U.S. and Mexico under USMCA, particularly involving investment in the energy area, but not just that area. And if we can figure out ways to do this, and nobody here is naive. They realize how difficult the political climate is, the rivalry between the two parties, but there still may be some things that can be done which, at least along the edges, would make things better. And as we feel, and I believe our colleagues at the Koch Foundation feel, even if we can't get a lot of changes made soon, we should start talking about them now, because at some point, a year or 2 years from now, maybe longer, we think people will be more receptive. So that's basically what we want to do. This panel is a little confusing. It says China and the WTO. It should say China, comma, and the WTO, because there are really two sections here. And what I would like to do, I think, is to change the order here. I'd like to ask Daniel and Ian to speak first, and then we'll have on China issues primarily, and then Patty and Simon follow on WTO issues, keeping in mind that they overlap very substantially. And again, I don't want to go into a lot of detail on these individuals, but because it tells you the major issues. With the exception of Ian, I've known everybody on this panel for more than 20 years, and I've learned that they are really experts in what they are doing. Patty at the American University Washington College of Law, which is one of the leading international law schools in the country. Daniel at Ohio State. I've been using his book for 6 or 7 years very effectively on international business transactions. He's also a scholar on international trade law. Simon Lester has been a close friend at Cato for a while, and he's one of our fellows here at Baker. And if you are up on these things, he has for many years managed the leading source of information on the WTO under World Trade Law Net, and more recently the China Trade Law Monitor. Ian is a new friend. Again, every so often we lawyers allow non-lawyers to come join us, and this is one of the benefits of having Professor Sheldon on the panel as well, because as many of us who are lawyers have learned, we can learn a lot from political scientists and economists and others. They think about things sometimes in a different way. So with that very brief introduction, I don't want to spend any more time, and I would ask either Daniel or Ian to begin. I don't care which one of you goes first. And then we'll move to Patty and finally to Simon. Each of them will talk for probably around 12 minutes, and then we'll have plenty of time for questions from the audience. Thank you very much.
All right, so I'm going to start by talking about the U.S.-China trade agreement of 2020. Just to give you some background on that, the United States and China came to a truce on the U.S.-China trade war by entering into phase one of an economic and trade agreement in January 2020. China agreed to buy $200 billion in U.S. goods and services in exchange for the suspension of additional tariffs. And China also agreed to implement new protections for intellectual property, among other commitments. When I look at the agreement, my paper concerns what I think are areas that are weak in the paper, in the agreement, and that can be improved. And the first thing I would say that the agreement should lead to is a U.S.-China agreement on internet infringement and counterfeiting. The U.S.-China trade agreement contemplates additional agreements, additional work to be done by the two parties, and I would say that it would make sense to have an agreement on internet counterfeiting, and I think this is what I guess you would call low-hanging fruit. Now, why do I think it's a good idea to have an agreement on internet counterfeiting? Well, the rise of counterfeits in China coincided with the rise of and the emergence of e-commerce platforms. China, as many of you may know, is the leading source of counterfeits in the world. Counterfeiting is the #1 criminal enterprise of the new millennium, and China is the epicenter of counterfeiting. Many or most of the counterfeits that you find online originate from China. So if you go to Amazon and you buy counterfeits, if you go to Alibaba and you buy products that are counterfeits, they come from China. And so the emergence of e-commerce has led to a proliferation of counterfeits on the internet, which can now reach every corner of the globe. You no longer have to go to a back alley. You don't have to go to some undesirable part of town. You can, from the comfort of your home or office, order counterfeits online. Brand owners have focused on improving what are known as notice and takedown procedures. So the e-commerce platforms have in place something called notice and takedown procedures that allow a brand owner to notify the platform of counterfeits, and then going through a certain procedure, the platform will take down the offending web page or website. They focused on simplifying and these notice and takedown procedures because it's a miserable experience for many brand owners to use these notice and takedown procedures. It adds to the misery of dealing with counterfeiters when you have to deal with a faceless, supreme authority like Amazon, right? But to me, I think that that's really not the best approach, and I think the best approach instead is to use the laws that China has on its books, which I believe would be extremely effective at reducing the availability of the internet to counterfeiters. And what do I mean by that? And so I'm just going to mention two laws. It's all laid out in my paper. If you want to read it, it's very detailed. I'll just mention them. And one is the China's electric commerce law, and the second one is the administrative regulation on the regulation of enterprise legal persons. These are very, very detailed regulations. And what they set forth are at least 3 layers of approval that any entity that wishes to be an online merchant must satisfy. And these 3 layers of approval acquire approval by various Chinese authorities, including the supervising authority for any business entity, because China has a system in which all industries are subject to supervision by a government entity. It would also require approval by the Administration of Market Regulation. And when you go to the Administration of Market Regulation and you say to them, I'm selling products, and they will say to you, well, is that product trademarked? And if you say it's trademarked, they're going to say, show me a copy of the trademark certificate or the trademark licensing agreement. Okay? So if you're a counterfeiter, you don't have the trademark certificate or the trademark licensing agreement, right, to show the Administration of Market Regulation. So you're not going to pass that layer of approval. Finally, you have to get a business license as part of this approval. And the business license, which, again, you need approval, right, by a government entity. And on that business license, it's going to have the name of the legal representative of your company. Now, that's legal representative is a term particular to China. It's in my paper. But it's going to give you all the information you need to sue that company. So what I said in my paper is that if you're a U.S. company, you don't need to go and use the notice and takedown procedures. If you have a business license, you can actually sue that entity directly in China or in the United States if they have jurisdictional context. So that's just a very quick summary of why I think these laws are actually quite effective. Now, they're not being enforced right now because there's a lack of political will. Now, why is there a lack of political will? That's because Alibaba, okay, which is the largest e-commerce platform in China, sees itself as above the law. They're not afraid of the government. Alibaba sees itself as answerable only to the Communist Party and probably only to Xi himself. And so they don't follow the law. They're not afraid of the Administration of Market Regulation. They see themselves as more powerful than the Administration of Market Regulations, so they don't follow the law. But if you had a treaty that imposed such obligations on China, I believe, right, that you would then have the political capital, the U.S. would have the political capital to get these laws enforced, which, as I said, would have an immediate impact on counterfeiting. But, you know, that has to, you have to get, I think, this agreement before you can get the political will. Okay, now the second part of my critique of the United States-China trade agreement has to do with the dispute resolution procedure. As many of you know, in December of 2019, the appellate body of the WTO became paralyzed. It became paralyzed because the United States blocked the appointment of a reappointment of existing members and the appointment of new members. This started under President Obama, it was continued under President Trump, and it's being continued under President Biden. So across 3 administrations of both political parties, they both attacked the appellate body of the WTO, right? So this is something, one of the few areas on which Republicans and Democrats agree. A month later, the United States entered into the United States-China Trade Agreement of 2020, which creates a parallel dispute resolution mechanism that is completely under U.S. control. So in 1 month, the United States paralyzed the WTO dispute resolution mechanism and created an alternate or parallel dispute resolution mechanism which is completely under U.S. control. It's a unilateral mechanism which gives the United States complete control over U.S.-China disputes. Now, the dispute resolution mechanism not only purports to apply to U.S.-China trade agreement disputes, but also to U.S.-China WTO disputes. And so what this agreement does is it ensures that the United States will never lose another trade dispute with China, right? In the words of Mr. Leitziger, the USTR at the time, the only arbitrator I trust is myself. And so thus, that's what happened. And, you know, look, I think you're harming the WTO because it's U.S. unilateralism It's harming the WTO, and the WTO is going to fade into irrelevance. It's already been crippled, and I think it needs to be saved, and it can only be saved with the agreement of the United States. I mean, you can look at a number of ways to deal with the paralysis of the appellate body, but none of these methods for dealing with the paralysis of the appellate body will work without the agreement of the United States. And if you want to save the WTO, I think that you have to take a look and try to come up with a different approach to dispute resolution. It can't be this unilateral approach. I just want to emphasize again, this was begun under the Obama administration. That was the first time that the United States said, we're not reappointing anybody to the WTO because we don't like the way it decides cases against the United States, okay? And secondly, it was continued under President Trump, and it became paralyzed on December 2019 when the number of people on the appellate body fell below that you need to have for a quorum, so they cannot meet. And then finally, President Biden has said, we're not changing anything. We're going to continue this, right? And President Biden also has continued all the China tariffs. So for now, really, it's really the status quo. Okay, so that's my presentation. That's my overview. And then Professor Sheldon.
Thanks, Dan. Ian?
Thank you very much. It's true that I'm an economist, but I'm sneakily trying to become a lawyer by taking a Master of Legal Studies degree at Ohio State as a hobby. And tomorrow I have to go back to my midterm exam in contracts. So as I found out, Dan and his colleagues seem to think they know a lot about economics. So I thought it was time for me to catch up as an economist and show them that I know as much about the law as they do about economics. So that's by way of my own introduction. And Simon and I argued over the dinner table last night, as economists and lawyers do, about economics. I'm just going to give you a flavor of what I've written about in this paper, and I'd like to thank Tony for actually mentioning what's in my paper, because my starting point in my presentation today is that with the previous administration, it's very clear to me as an economist that there was a shift from what you might think of as a rules-based trading system. And by a rules-based trading system, I mean what economists and lawyers call the pillars of the GATT. The GATT, of course, is the predecessor to the WTO, and those two pillars would have been reciprocity, where countries come to the bargaining table in Geneva to exchange market access through rounds of trade negotiations where you reduce tariffs, and of course, as you reduce tariffs, you've got this reciprocal exchange of market access. And the other pillar of the GATT, of course, was the non-discrimination clause that's captured in the most favored nation piece of the GATT, which is the idea that if you say the United States bargained in the 1950s predominantly with Europe about cutting tariffs and increasing market access to each other's countries, that you would then extend those tariff cuts to any other member of the then GATT. And of course, when China joined the WTO, in 2001, it automatically received most favored nation status and access to about 150 other countries, members of the WTO. And in the paper, I've described what economists understand about the benefits of that rules-based trading system in terms of the extent to which global trade increased in the post-war period, and the fact that over, 8 rounds of trade negotiations, the last one being the Uruguay round, tariffs were reduced, at least in the manufacturing sector, on average to about 4%. I think are the numbers that economists at least report in their papers on this. But with the previous administration, we saw this, what I call, but I'm not going to claim credit for this terminology, we shifted to a system of, at least from the United States perspective, in its approach to what Bob Steger and his colleague Aditya Matu, in a very interesting paper in a journal called Economic Policy, where they call this power-based bargaining on trade issues. And I think this was largely driven by U.S. concerns with China and the failure of the WTO to deal with China in a way that the U.S. felt was appropriate. And the issues relating to China, Dan's already mentioned some of them, but these would be things like the trade deficit, the bilateral trade deficit with China, although any good macroeconomist would simply throw that out the window as not being a very robust argument against China, but nevertheless, that's the politics of this. Exchange rate manipulation is another issue, theft of intellectual property, but maybe most importantly, the use of subsidies and the role of state-owned enterprises in the Chinese economy. And then if you can layer on top of that, and I describe this in detail in the paper, the so-called China import shock, that over a period at least up to the financial crisis, economist David Autor and his colleagues in a really great paper in the American Economic Review trace out the increase in imports from China was something like 1,200% over a 15-year period. This was a significant shock to the US economy, and those economists have done a really good job of explaining how for the first time an emerging economy really impacted jobs, wages, access to benefits in a way that was highly spatial, highly industry specific in the United States. And you can read that part of the paper if you're interested. But the way power-based bargaining worked is that essentially in 2018, as the Trump administration came to, after it was 2 years in office, unilaterally applied tariffs to a broad range of imports from China. Before this began, on average, our tariffs, the US tariffs against China, were about 4%. Okay, so those would have been the MFN average. By the end of the trade war, and before, you might call it a sort of a, I guess the US-China trade agreement that Dan mentioned was, people agreed to stop firing guns at each other in terms of increasing tariffs even more. Those tariffs that the US has against China now average about 19%. So we're moving those tariffs a lot closer to what would have been the tariffs that were on average the US had against countries after the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act at the end of the 1930s and before the Second World War. Now, any economist who understands game theory would have told you that this was a disproportionate unilateral increase in tariffs by the United States, and not surprisingly, China retaliated, and Chinese tariffs against the United States now average about 20%. And those tariffs, as Dan pointed out, are still in place. Now, this power-based bargaining, you might say, was superficially successful in the sense that China was brought to the bargaining table, which I guess was maybe one of the objectives of power-based bargaining. And we had this thing called the US-China Phase 1 Trade Agreement, which was being negotiated in late 2019 and came into force in 2020. Yes, there were import commitments by China. They never met those commitments on manufacturing, but of course, this agreement also straddled the pandemic. So of course, global trade flows were significantly affected by the pandemic, and Tony mentioned the whole issue of value chains and outsourcing, which is very important. But we came a lot closer on agriculture. I'm actually an agricultural economist as well. That's just a side gig I have at Ohio State. We did a lot better, or the Chinese did a lot better at increasing their imports of agricultural commodities. But I would suggest that had nothing to do with the free trade agreement. It was more to do with the fact that China was totally rebuilding its hog production capacity, which had been massively impacted by the African swine flu outbreak in 2016, 17, 18. And so it turns out that agricultural trade was actually quite resilient during the pandemic, if you look at the data. So what have been the costs of power-based bargaining? Well, you wouldn't be surprised to know that several well-known trade economists have published highly cited papers on this. Two papers I'd like to mention, one by Mary Amiti and her colleagues from the Journal of Economic Perspectives, published in 2020, and another, a really fantastic paper, if you're geeky enough to want to read a really good economics paper in the Quarterly Journal of Economics by Pablo Feigelbaum and his colleagues. It's very interesting. They both use quite sophisticated methodologies And interestingly, they come up with very similar results. At least for the short time period they did their study, they suggest that there were costs to American firms because of the fact that most of these tariffs were on imports of intermediate inputs. Farmers were really badly hurt, at least initially, by the Chinese retaliation on... The Chinese were very smart. They picked soybeans. They jacked up tariffs to 25%. The US and Brazil are the two major suppliers of soybeans to China. China's the biggest importer of soybeans in the world. And of course, this really hurt American farmers. They lost a huge amount of market share. They suffered a big, and I'm going to say this time in terms of trade loss, because American soybean export prices went down. The response of the US government was to simply start a new farm subsidy. So taxpayers had to pay for what I would argue is a pretty foolish policy by the United States government. So one bad policy begat another bad policy, in my opinion. And of course, consumers were also hurt by these tariffs. Now, it would be very difficult now to separate out the effects of the tariffs from the ongoing effects of the pandemic and now the global recession. So it would be interesting to go back and revisit those studies that I just mentioned. But it's interesting, these two papers, to use the economics jargon, came up with similar estimates of the deadweight loss of the tariffs. These would be the inefficiencies, $7 to $8 billion worth of deadweight losses. But the other point I'd like to make, and I think this is probably what Tony was hinting at in his initial comments about this switch from rules-based to power-based bargaining. The important point about the paper that I mentioned by Mathieu and Steger is that they talk about this idea that in the post-war period, the United States was the global hegemon, to use the language in that paper, but the US was willing to not use its bargaining power in international trade negotiations in order to bring others to the table. In other words, it was willing to set up a rules-based system and play by the rules of that rules-based system. And I think the point is that, you know, and David mentioned this, when China becomes the global hegemon, as an economist, I think it's going to be a lot more, it's going to happen much more quickly than maybe he thinks. But if we expect China to play by the rules, the United States should continue playing by those rules. So there's a concern that if we're not playing by the rules now, will China play by the rules in the future when it becomes the economic hegemon? So Dan was pretty critical of the United States-China trade agreement. Let me stick the boot in as well, to use an English soccer hooligan terminology. By the way, if anybody wants to talk about Brexit, I'm happy to do that, but normally my head explodes when asked to talk about Brexit. There's no mention of, do a word search in the, 95-page long document. There's no mention of subsidies and state-owned enterprises in the US trade agreement, none whatsoever. There's no single chapter in there about it, and that seems a bit odd to me, given that I think the United States would argue, at least prior to the Trump administration coming into office, that the difficulty in evaluating those subsidies, the difficulty in trying to use anti-dumping policies against China's use of subsidies, and then the fact that China won a case at the WTO where they were able to make the argument that subsidies are defined in the subsidy agreement of the WTO as being subsidies given by a government agency, and their argument was, no, we don't give out subsidies through government agencies. But if you read papers in the literature, and Dan has written about this, there's something called China Incorporated, where subsidies are channeled to state-owned enterprises, but they don't appear to be channeled there by the government. So one of the big issues that I think brought the United States to a power-based approach to bargaining over trade brought about this trade agreement which says nothing about subsidies. So I'm going to finish off, David, by saying, well, what maybe can done? And here you can just say, I'm an idealist, I'm naive, but I'm going to appeal to the argument that Jennifer Hillman, who was a former member of the appellate board at the WTO, I guess, Dan, her appointment was never renewed, if I remember correctly. In her testimony to Congress in 2018 about the possibility of a trade war with China, she was very concerned that it would be a narrow agreement that focused on the bilateral trade deficit, and I think she had it right. It is a narrow deal that focuses essentially on the trade deficit. If given that the focus was on how much more can the United States export to China. And her argument was there should be a large filing of 2 cases at the WTO in a coalition between the United States, the European Union, and Japan. One would be a violation complaint, and again, I'll defer to my lawyer friends to explain this, but in a nutshell, a violation complaint would be a complaint at the WTO that China has violated its commitments to the rules of the WTO, in particular the rules over subsidies. Now, this does recognize, of course, that the success of such a violation complaint would be contingent on, can we define subsidies, what are the disciplines on those subsidies, and the paper I've written does talk a little bit about that. But I think we do need to file that case. We need to go back to using the multilateral trade system. And I think Simon, you were saying the same thing over dinner last night, if I want to appeal to what I think you were saying over the dinner table. And then finally, I think what I think is really interesting about Jennifer Hillman's congressional testimony, and Dan and I have written about this elsewhere and talked about this, is that the United States should use the non-violation clause much more aggressively. And the non-violation clause of the WTO is one where you file a case at the WTO and argue that no explicit rules of the WTO have been broken, but what China is doing effectively undermines the United States market access to China and other aspects of trade relations between the United States and China. In other words, the argument is yes, China's made commitments in the WTO, but it's using other much more opaque policies to try to get around those commitments. And effectively, the United States has lost market share in China and other issues like that. So why not go ahead with that? And my argument would be China did come to the bargaining table in the USCTA, the United States Free Trade Agreement with China. In fact, I shouldn't really be calling it a free trade agreement because it was a very superficial agreement, I think. But China was willing to make import commitments. And there are precedents in the history of the GATT where when Eastern European economies were brought into the GATT or made arrangements with the GATT in the Soviet period, many of this would particularly relate to Hungary, Bulgaria, and Poland, I believe, where they made commitments through import quotas because they weren't negotiating over tariffs, but they were negotiating a relationship with then members of the GATT. So I think there's an argument that there's precedent for doing this, and the argument would be that China would be able to continue to manage its economy in any way it likes, but it makes a commitment to compensate the United States for those policy actions. Now, of course, this does require the appellate board to be functioning, and that's where I would argue that I am naive, but I think I'll appeal to the arguments that Dan was making about that, and hopefully we can have some discussion about that. So thanks very much for listening, and I look forward to hearing your comments later on. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Ian. Let's shift a little bit, but as you can see, it's only going to be a limited shift to talking directly about WTO reform and some of the issues which Dan and Ian have raised, and certainly Patty and Simon are welcome to comment as any way they want, because they're really, again, there's a great deal of overlap. So Patty, why don't you take it over?
Thank you, David. I want to thank you and Tony, Lisa, Serena, everybody here at Baker Institute for inviting me. It's great to be here, and thank you all for attending.
Is the mic, get a little bit closer.
Can you hear me?
That's better.
Okay. So I want to say a couple of comments. I think it's a mistake to think about as a dichotomy between rule-based and power-based, because power has always been there, even in the rule-based system. I mean, a market, the size of the market is always going to dictate. Now, the institution, the World Trade Organization, which is going to be my focus and Simon's, was set up to be a rule-based system. And it does have technically one country, one vote, which is different than the power-based institutions, the other two, that Bretton Woods institution, which is the IMF and the World Bank, which is based on their special drawing rights and how much money they put in. So there's clearly a difference between those institutions. I think it was Winston Churchill who also said when there was a news that he had died, and says the news of my demise is premature. And I think that WTO, we have to think long term. The GATT was dead many times, they said, and then it was resurrected. So 40 years, 25 years, things have to be looked at in a much broader time scale. I also believe that history is cyclical, but it's not a stationary cycle. So it tends to move, and we do go through these periods of globalization and then anti-globalization, rise of nationalism, etc. I also believe that the United States did miscalculate, in a sense, thinking that accession of China into the WTO could somehow restrain the WTO. The additional transparency imposed on China would somehow move it towards a more politically representative, like it would translate into political reform. Obviously, it has not done so. And I remember being at the WTO years ago, and several ambassadors from other countries said, one of the big problems we have here is if the US-China relationship is fixed, then a lot of those other problems in these institutions are going to be fixed. So there is that as well. Now, clearly, the World Trade Organization is at an impasse. And I think Simon is going to talk about a lot of these issues. And Simon and I have decided not to repeat each other's remarks. So I'm not going to go into the detail. It has a unique rulemaking capacity and dispute settlement. It's under strain due to lack of progress in multinational negotiations and the demise, as was mentioned, of the appellate body. Not so much the demise of the appellate body has to do, it's a complicated situation because the US won more cases than it lost. It did lose very key cases in anti-dumping area, and particularly the zeroing cases. But I think the Swiss system was not set up to address China or structural problems with the country. We couldn't even have it address Japan in the 1980s. It's not really set up that way. It deals with particular discrete issues. Ideas for reforming WTO are everywhere. Simon is going to talk about it. So I decided for my paper, I'm not going to concentrate on what's wrong with the WTO and what needs to be reformed, but what it has done well, and it's important, and it's not sexy, it doesn't make front page news, it's its technical expertise. And there is no other institution that actually multilaterally can do that. And I am concentrating on it in terms of its role as a transparency mechanism. The fact that it is a place where, due to obligations, countries need to report, need to publish, and this has been extremely useful. It was in the pandemic, and so I'm going to talk a little bit about the work of their committees. It needs to look at itself as a forum for regulatory cooperation, because reform of it is not going to happen because you need consent. The consensus issue is a problem, but you need consensus to reform the consensus problem, which is not going to happen. So it's not, unfortunately, one other thing is we don't learn from history. One thing we learn from history is we don't learn from history, right? We have all suffered through periods of protectionism. We know where it ends up. We know that things have to get really bad. I mean, the Bretton Woods institutions had to come out of the ashes of World War II. So I'm not saying we need to, but things may need to get pretty bad before people get back to the drawing board. But the fact is, it doesn't negate what has already happened. So I want to see the WTO as a forum for regulatory cooperation, enhanced transparency, and open trilateral agreements, which is I'm going to talk about. That's what my paper is about. If you analyze the WTO agreements, you realize that transparency has always been a goal, but it's not very clear. It's kind of funny. It's a paradox. Transparency is kind of an opaque concept. Like, what exactly do we want, what do we mean from it? Sometimes too much transparency, as lawyers we know this, like you go into discovery, and if they really want to hide something, they throw 2,000 boxes at you, right? I'm being transparent. So now you now figure out exactly what it is that you need to figure out. Also, I want to mention that the history of the multilateral system has been tumultuous, as I said. The GATT was ebbed and flowed with changing political landscape. The Uruguay round only happened because it was the end of the Soviet Union and the end of the Berlin Wall. It was a particular moment in history. That moment has passed. Now we are in a new moment. The accomplishments and successes of the system take a hiatus, but they're not forgotten. And they are resurrected with new force and relevance. The dispute settlement body and the appellate body may never come back. I'm not sure the appellate body will ever come back in the form it was. But the decisions of this appellate body from 1995 to 2019 can never be erased. They will continue to be cited. There is, notwithstanding the US system, there is a jurisprudence. The system is what has been called anti-fragile. And those of us who are international law know this. Things are there. You can't erase decades of decision making. One important advantage that the multilateral trading system has over these bilaterals and preferential trading arrangements is the existence of the WTO Secretariat staff. I think there's not enough conversation made about who are these people in Geneva. They're really good. The Secretariat staff for decades have provided technical assistance to committees and have experience in areas of regulatory cooperation is unique. The WTO Secretariat provides support for regular interactions at technical levels before members in committees and dispute settlement. The preferential trade arrangements cannot compete in this dimension, and they will need to rely and build upon the WTO infrastructures. I'm not going to go through my paper in the sense of all the transparency obligations that was put in, but we all know that as things changed from the time of the GATT was entered into a provisionally because the US Congress refused to ratify the third Bretton Woods institution, which was supposed to be the International Trade Organization. We were supposed to have the World Bank, IMF, ITO. John Maynard Keynes, Harry Dexter White, at Bretton Woods said, never again are we going to allow the same protectionism, the same smooth Thawley Tariff Act to lead to the war, basically. It is widely believed that it was the Treaty of Versailles and what happened after World War I that had led to the rise of fascism and Adolf Hitler in Europe. So, but also something else happened in 1947, actually, when the GATT was signed. In 1946, the United States passed the Administrative Procedures Act. The Administrative Procedures Act is a very important act. And we then decided that because of its publication requirement, notice and comment requirements, we decided to multilateralize that and insert it into the GATT. Now, for 50 years, nobody paid attention to it because there's like, who cares about publication? Who cares about independent judicial review? Who cares about administration? We care about the substance, not the periphery. But we know from 1948 to 1995, we saw a rise of a regulatory state. It's not the same world. It wasn't the same world in 1995. So you needed regulators and regulations. And I want to mention, there's a different mindset between trade negotiators and regulators, right? So suddenly the trade field is moving away from trade negotiations, which are in the bargaining format, to trade regulators who want to regulate and dominate their territory. This is what we do. And they don't particularly want to change. They want to extraterritorially apply their regulations. So it's a very, very different mindset. And this is where the transparency issue, instead of becoming a peripheral issue, became a central issue. Because we moved away from border measures being an issue to internal regulations. We now have tons of regulations that apply to imported products as well as domestic products, and sometimes they're imposed at the border. So we've started in the early 80s to talk about Japan and the system of administrative guidances that Japan had and that we had so much problems with. And we said they're not transparent. We don't know what's going on there. So we have this this process. But once we get into the WTO, this provision, which was called Publication and Administration of Trade Regulations, is amplified. There's notification requirements everywhere. And so we have two in particular committees that have been very, very successful, which were worth mentioning. One is the Sanitary and Phytosanitary Committee, which deals with foodstuffs, pests and stuff at the WTO. And then there's a Technical Barriers to Trade Committee. And both committees deal with very, very important issues. For example, the SPS committee addresses international standards, regional standards, national standards, and it deals with the other standard-setting bodies. That itself is a transparency mechanism, and it has recently dealt with issues ranging from, these are things that don't make front news. Endocrine disruptions, restrictions on animal products, mainly due to avian flu, the African swine flu, use of plastics in food. This is the only place where countries from all over the world can come and regulators can talk about very discrete issues. The same thing in the Technical Barriers to Trade. That deals with, again, the TBT notifications. We have had on plastic regulations, on digital trade, cybersecurity, micro and small and medium enterprises. There are all sorts of issues that have been on the technical side. Again, its role as a convener. Now, we can't get a multilateral agreement. The only multilateral agreement we have had has been the Trade Facilitation Agreement, which is really about transparency, again. So that is something that is a model for future, I think, multilateral agreements. It has its transparency because, you can't really disagree with that. And then it has got a technical assistance component by providing countries who are different levels of development with technical assistance. So I think if there is going to be any multilateral, it's going to have to be on that level. The plurilateral that I'm talking about is basically critical mass agreements. So we are basically in a place where you can't get everybody and their mother involved in these conversations. But there could be very discrete issues that don't have a free rider problem that can be applied MFN. That's why we call them open. In other words, the Information Technology Agreement is one. When you have a list of products that are going to now go tariff-free, and you add to them. We had the pharma agreement. Actually, we had a pharmaceutical agreement, which was open plurilateral. Open plurilateral means that not all members, not multilateral, some. Open in this way, I mean, is MFN applied. Even though all countries are not signatories to it, everybody can benefit from it. Now, there is a free rider problem there. If people are, you're not obligated, but you can benefit. But there are discrete issues that are transparency related, regulatory related, that I believe can be subject to those kind of negotiations. In the areas, very discrete one, plastic pollution possibly. Anything that has to do with common standards, standard setting, that you will then be willing to apply multilaterally to other countries. So I think we need to look at what the WTO does well in these areas of technical expertise. Now, one good silver lining about not having a working dispute settlement body, I'm going to just say this. One of the problems, I was talking to someone who used to run the subsidies committee, which is not as successful as the TBT and the SPS committee. And he said one of the best work that the WTO has been doing in the past decade has been in these committees. But they were always worried that what would happen is, once the committee makes some sort of an agreement, there was always a danger that it was then going to be seen as a subsequent agreement under the Vienna Convention, and it's going to be interpreted as binding in some dispute settlement. Now, we don't have a dispute settlement, so countries then would freeze and decide they don't want to discuss things in committee because they don't want to be amending the WTO, right? They don't want to. They don't want to be in that situation. So it's an interesting development that maybe we should make lemonade out of lemon, sort of like we don't have a dispute settlement body. So it's freer for the committees to maybe talk about and agree to things, because they will not feel that they will then be agreeing to something that can come back to haunt them in a particular dispute. We need to also, WTO is moving much more into bringing private sector here. For example, I know that they have been having meetings with medical supply trade associations, and trying to sort of maybe expand the pharmaceutical agreement to include PPEs and things like that in preparation of the next pandemic, which seems to be inevitable. So there's a lot, we have to think, reorient, stop worrying about reforming things that cannot be reformed, and concentrate on things that this institution can do well and the unique role it can play. I'm going to stop talking.
Thank you, Patty. Simon?
Thank you very much, David. Thanks, David, for organizing this. Thanks to the Baker Institute for hosting it, and my second opportunity to come out here and see you all. I'm going to start my reform proposals for the WTO with a bit of a defense of the WTO. I'll get to the reform proposals shortly. To me, it seems that some of the criticisms of the WTO are overstated or misguided, and there's still a lot of value in the WTO, as Patty Day just laid out. And one of my points is going to basically be the one that she made. So first of all, I want to note that the Uruguay round negotiations that turned the GATT into the WTO were a big deal. They did a lot of significant things. They added a formal institution. They added new substantive obligations on intellectual property and services. And they created a more enforceable dispute settlement system. Obviously, there are problems with that, and I will get to that. So to me, it seems like taking time to refine what was done in the Uruguay round, to consolidate those advancements, is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. And by contrast, expecting a new equivalent to the Uruguay round every few years is just not reasonable. So let's be happy with what we have is my first point. The second point is basically Patty Day's, so I'll just say quickly, some parts of the WTO do work very well. So these committees, the TBT and SPS committees, they meet regularly. They provide a forum to discuss trade restrictive measures to facilitate resolutions of disagreements outside of a formal dispute. It doesn't make headlines, but the WTO is doing important work every day and disseminating information about it. As Patty Day said, the transparency is very useful for all of us, for people in the academic world, for businesses, for NGOs, just to follow along with the trade work that's being done. And then finally, some people seem upset with the WTO because it hasn't solved all the world's problems. It hasn't solved climate change. It hasn't solved the pandemic. I don't think it's realistic or even desirable for the WTO to do so much. So I don't see this criticism as justified. If the WTO just provides the basic rules on non-discrimination in trade, I think that's a pretty valuable function, and I don't accept the criticism that it needs to solve everything else as well. So that's in defense of the WTO. Having said all that, there are some real problems with the WTO right now. I'm going to put forward a few that I've thought about over the years, and I think are, maybe not all of these are the top problem, but they're ones that I think that everyone agree are a significant problem, and I'm going to offer some suggestions for possible reforms. So the first problem I'll put out there is that the trading system has fragmented over the past few years. So as I said, the Uruguay round was a big deal. But since then, there hasn't been much in terms of new deals. Now, there hasn't been nothing. Patty, they mentioned the trade facilitation agreement. There have been a few things over the years, but we just haven't had the big deal dealing with the most important trade issues out there. And so as a result, the trade negotiating action has shifted to bilateral and regional trade agreements. And I think most economists will agree, Ian can correct me if I'm wrong, that these are less desirable in terms of economic efficiency. Bilateral ones in particular. Regional agreements, I think there's a stronger argument for. Let me just give you a brief bit of history and context here, though, for understanding the scope of this problem, because this has really been an issue for a long time. So prior to the GATT, in the interwar era, you had mostly bilateral trade agreements. Then the GATT comes along in 1947 and creates this multilateral arrangement, although it's only 23 countries, so it's not like a global agreement at the time. And then early on in the GATT era, we have these trade blocs emerge. So you have the European Economic Community, you have NAFTA and ASEAN and Mercosur. Regionalism could go deeper than something multilateral. Countries were more like-minded, and so people thought this might be the approach. We'll have all these big regional blocs, and maybe then they'll merge into something multilateral. They didn't, and in the meantime, multilateralism deepened on its own. So you have the GATT turning into the WTO, and it keeps adding members until we get up to 164 members of the WTO. So that's, I don't know when we got to 164, but let's say 1995 through the early 2000s, you sort of see the peak of the WTO and multilateralism. But then multilateral trade negotiations became difficult to complete. And maybe it's as simple as, well, you just have too many countries and too many issues, you just can't get things done. And that led us to a return to bilateralism, back to the interwar era. So you have the U.S. Under the George W. Bush administration getting a bit fed up with the lack of multilateral progress, and then in the early 2000s pushing for what they called competitive liberalization. So, we're going to push forward with bilateral FTAs with whoever will negotiate with us, and so anyone willing to go forward, everyone else be forced to catch up. And most other countries got on board with this same approach. So the EU started negotiating bilateral trade agreements, China, Japan, everyone starts negotiating these bilateral FTAs, and that gave us this fragmentation, what's referred to as the spaghetti bowl of FTAs, or the noodle bowl, this just big mess of bilateral trade agreements that are supposedly, in theory, on paper, liberalizing, but have an uncertain impact on actual trade flows. There's complicated rules of origin involved. It's not clear how much people are actually benefiting from the lower tariffs in these bilateral trade agreements. And then just more recently, you have the big Asian mega regionals like the CPTPP and the RCEP, which threatened to undermine the WTO even further. So taking us back to the WTO now and its role, the GATT and the WTO are not silent on all of this. There are existing WTO rules in this area. GATT Article 24 and GATT's, the General Agreement on Trade and Services, Article 5, both have disciplines on what can be in a bilateral or regional trade agreement. The WTO has a Regional Trade Agreements Committee that plays a role here, and on occasion, these issues have come up in WTO disputes. All of these agreements do get notified to the WTO. They get discussed there. But it's an unsatisfactory process. It hasn't provided effective disciplines, despite all the policy objections coming from economists. So what I propose here is basically sort of a ratcheting up of the WTO's rule and incorporating these bilateral and regional trade agreements more fully into the WTO in a couple of different ways. Basically, the WTO should play a bigger role in the oversight. So here are some specific examples of what I think the WTO could do. The first one goes back to, I think, what Patty Day's main point was, that one problem with these bilateral and regional trade agreements is they aren't very transparent, and it's difficult to monitor the activities of the governments under these agreements. I try, and I read the press releases that come out after the latest USMCA meeting or US-Korea FTA meeting, and you just don't get much detail. In contrast, at the WTO, you have, as Patty Day said, this great secretariat that compiles all the documents, makes them accessible through their Docs Online facility. It seems to me that what would be of great value is to have the WTO host all the documents from all the various FTAs out there. That would make it easier for all of us in the general public, businesses, the NGOs to follow along with what the actual impact of these bilateral trade agreements is. Second, I think the WTO could actually provide space for meetings held under these bilateral trade agreements. So for example, if China and New Zealand want to upgrade their free trade agreement, as they did recently, the WTO building should be an option. Geneva, is not convenient for everyone. So maybe you would have, and this is a bolder proposal, I know, you would have branches of the Secretariat around the world. But it seems to me that there's value to the WTO as sort of a forum for talking about things, and I think it could be useful to extend that to talking about things on a bilateral basis. And then finally, the WTO could administer disputes under bilateral and regional trade agreements, which have been actually proliferating a bit over the past couple years. We've seen a number of panel reports under FTAs. Now, this will, of course, require fixing the WTO dispute settlement system, and I will get to that later. But assuming we could do that, basically at the WTO, we have this whole institutional process set up to handle disputes, which we don't under FTAs. Under FTAs, you have this ad hoc process of appointing panels each time and then hiring panel assistants, where, if we have the WTO secretary in place that can make these things run smoothly, I think it could be valuable to take advantage of that. Okay, so that's the first one, defragmenting the system by incorporating bilateral and regional trade agreements a little more closely into the WTO. Second point, and this one, there's a lot of overlap in what we're saying. This one overlaps with what Dan and Ian have talked about. Second one is integrating China into the WTO. I think it's fair to say, I think everyone will agree, China's integration into the world trading system has not gone very well over the past few years. China joins the WTO in December of 2001 after a long 15-year negotiation. And I think the timing of that was a problem. So there's a Bush administration State Department official who wrote recently in sort of an oral history of his time there that in the summer of 2001, it seemed like China was the big existential threat that the U.S. foreign policy community was going to focus on. But 9/11 happened soon after the summer of 2001, and at that point, U.S. attention shifts to the Middle East, the war on terror, the Iraq invasion, and all of this drew attention away from China. Eventually, President Obama tried to shift it back a bit with the pivot to Asia, but there wasn't that much success there. So then Trump comes into office, and he spends a lot of time talking about China's trade cheating and the U.S. trade deficits with China. I agree fully with what Ian said. I mean, it doesn't make sense to focus on bilateral trade deficits, but politicians do, and we just have to accept that. So Trump's answer to the problems with China was to impose tariffs. That, of course, was his answer to everything, and it does not seem like it's done much to change China's behavior, and I agree with what Dan and Ian said about the Phase 1 trade agreement. It hasn't really had an impact on those core issues where people have concerns with China. Now, it does seem to me, and I don't have a good explanation for this, and I would leave it to China experts and political scientists to tell me why this is, but China does seem to respect, to a great extent, neutral international rulings on trade issues. I'm not going to claim it's perfect, but nobody is, and if you compare China's record to that of the US or the EU in complying with WTO rulings against it, it's not bad. So what I would argue, and Ian made reference to this earlier, is why not make more use of that? There are pretty broad WTO obligations that China agreed to in its accession package, obligations that only apply to China, not to other countries. So China agreed to more than others have. So for example, on state-owned enterprises, there are a lot of complaints, concerns about the behavior of China's state-owned enterprises. Well, China has agreed to specific obligations that its state-owned enterprises should not act in a discriminatory way, should act in a commercial manner. Why not restore WTO dispute settlement to its previous functioning and bring WTO cases in this area, and the non-violation case that Ian mentioned. So I know that in Washington right now, the dominant view is that WTO complaints against China will not solve all the problems. And I don't mean to argue that this is the only answer or that it will solve everything, but I do think people are underestimating the value of the existing rules and that there is great potential here. Third area of WTO reform, setting the boundaries of what constitutes permitted government legislation and regulation on the one hand and illegal trade discrimination on the other is a challenge for policymakers, for legal drafters, and trade lawyers and academics have spent a long time, decades, arguing about the precise boundaries as set out in the WTO's obligations and exceptions. So you have a lot of the key cases over the years have dealt with environmental regulations or health regulations, and there's this, it's controversial over whether a particular law or regulation is legitimately about the environment or health protection or is really disguised protectionism. A particularly challenging area along these lines is when a government invokes national security as a justification for its measure. Yes, the measure discriminates, they say, they agree, but it's justified on the basis of security concerns. For decades, this issue has been out there, and mostly governments have been able to avoid it. They've refrained from making that argument. Formal disputes were mostly avoided. But suddenly, in the past few years, we've seen this surge of cases coming, many coming as a result of Trump administration actions. and some of which were widely considered to have a weak evidentiary basis. So the national security exception is broad, so it may be that even something with a weak evidentiary basis would be justified under the exception. There are some despite all the difficulties with WTO dispute settlement, there are actually some cases going on right now, and there will be panel reports that come out, I think, in the next few months or a year, adjudicating whether Trump administration actions were consistent with rules, were justified under the national security exception. But I have concerns that such rulings really can resolve those kinds of disputes. My instinct is that it can't, because when a government invokes national security as a defense, it's basically saying, I'm not going to change this measure, this law, regulation, action, regardless of what a WTO panel or the appellate body, if it existed, said. So in those circumstances, I'm not sure that a legal ruling really helps, and instead what I would propose is just send these disputes directly to a process of adjusting the balance of concession. So U.S., you want to impose tariffs on steel and aluminum imports on the basis of national security concerns. That's fine, and let's just assume, and I think it does, it would violate your concessions. You promise to charge no more than 5% tariffs on steel, you're charging 25%, so that's a clear violation. So what I would say is, yeah, that's fine, you can do that, but you have to offer a lower tariff on some other product. Or you have to accept that your trading partners who are affected will raise their tariffs on some of your products. So to me, the WTO dispute settlement system has enough problems as it is. Let's not let it get bogged down with these security issues that I don't think they can handle. So with all of these hints now at the problems of dispute settlement, let me get now to dispute settlement. So this is probably the clearest reform need at the WTO. As others have already said, the system is having great difficulty functioning. There are cases going on, and some do get handled well enough, but there is no appellate body in place. So what that means is losing governments can just appeal into the void, as it's been called, and the case is just in limbo. It doesn't get resolved. Just briefly as background here, so the Uruguay round basically created a more enforceable dispute settlement system, more legalized with this appellate review. Previously, you just had panels that would hear a case and issue a ruling. Now you could appeal the panel report. You could challenge some of the legal interpretations of the panel before something called the appellate body. And for years, after the appellate body was created, it got a lot of praise. Like everybody thought, academics, policymakers were, praising the appellate body for having brought coherence to the system and for correcting some mistakes that panels had made under the GATT. The U.S. made great use of the system, filed a lot of complaints, had success. We're pleased with some of the appellate body's decisions. So, for example, on systemic issues, the appellate body said, we should allow amicus submissions in WTO disputes. And the U.S. said, yes, that's great. We agree with you, even though a lot of WTO members didn't like that. The U.S. was happy with the appellate body's rulings on the GATT Article 20 exception, so for environment and health protections. The appellate body kind of loosened up a bit what some of the panels had been saying. The U.S. was happy with that. But the U.S. also had many complaints brought against it on a wide range of politically sensitive statutes, regulations, administrative actions. And the U.S. government started having doubts. So in the early 2000s, you already saw proposals for reforms, quiet critiques over the next decade. And then under the Obama administration, things escalated. So first you have the U.S., as we've heard, not reappointing the American appellate body member and then objecting to the reappointment of a Korean appellate body member, but ultimately agreeing to the appointment of somebody else instead. When the Trump administration then ratcheted this up and said, well, we don't want to appoint or reappoint appellate body members, and we're not going to accept substitutes. There's just going to be no appellate body members, and that was the end of the appellate body. And the Trump administration laid out a number of specific reasons for this, concerns they had. There were sort of process issues, such as the appellate body's taking more than 90 days. It's supposed to issue its report in 90 days. They're consistently going for a year or more. There were systemic issues such as the treatment of precedent, arguments that the appellate body is treating precedent as binding. They're broadening the scope of the appellate review too far. And then there were substantive issues such as zeroing and trade remedies, and then issues such as the boundaries of this core principle of non-discrimination. So a wide range of issues. But while the U.S. was voicing all these concerns, they weren't negotiating on a compromise, and rather than proposing reforms, they were saying, well, we need first a discussion of why the appellate body did this. And so we didn't really know, we know what they didn't like, but we didn't know what they wanted instead. Now, in the meantime, as this is going on, as a temporary workaround, the European Union led this effort to create an alternative appeals mechanism, the Multi-Party Interim Appeal Arbitration Arrangement, MPIA. We don't have to say that full title again. But this does not include the United States. U.S. hasn't signed on to it. Neither have some other major economic power. So it probably can't fully replace the appellate body. If the United States were willing to negotiate on all this, I believe that there are a number of compromises that could be crafted to take into account U.S. concerns about the general term overreach of the appellate body. And a package of reforms I can see working is limiting the scope of issues that are subject to appellate review, providing more deference to governments on trade remedies, anti-dumping, countervailing duty safeguards, and giving more power to WTO members to object to specific reasoning in dispute settlement reports. And so I laid these out in more detail in the paper. But there are plenty of other possibilities. I came up with what I thought might work, but there are plenty of other possibilities if people are willing to engage. And when I say people, I mean U.S. trade officials. The United States is the one raising objections, so it seems to me that the process can only start if they are willing to engage. And if they do not, other WTO members are trying out the MPIA to see if that can provide a short-term fix. We had already a successful case under MPIA-like procedures, and we just recently saw the first MPIA appeal start up. So we'll see how that goes. And then recently, we've seen hints that perhaps the U.S. is engaging on these issues. Fingers crossed, we'll see how that goes. So I will wrap it up there. Happy to talk about any of this.
Thank you. What I'd like to do now, since we're doing well on time, is to use my prerogative as the moderator to ask the panel a couple of questions, and then we'll open it up to the floor, and maybe, if it's all right with Lisa, we'll stop 5 or 10 minutes early so people can have coffee and restroom breaks. First question, going back to what a number of you have talked about, the subsidies issue, the fact that the Phase 1 agreement didn't really address this at all. It's a major problem, obviously, with China, although I don't think the U.S. is quite as pure as it was maybe a year or so ago, if you look at what's going on with chips and electric vehicles and electric vehicle batteries, but that's another issue. So if you were advising the Biden administration, would you make a significant effort to try to do a Phase 2 agreement, which was talked about by the Trump administration and many others, that might cover some of the subsidy issues, the concerns that we have with Mr. Chairman Xi's issues, approach, which probably isn't going to change, or do you think that would be a waste of time? And if so, do you see any other effective way of dealing with it, say, within the WTO? Anyone? Well, let's start with Patty and just work our way down.
Why don't you go?
What?
I'll pass him that one for now.
Okay, good.
Well, E and I have written an article, a paper on this, an article which is going to be in the Vanderbilt Journal of Transnational Law. And we've argued that one way to deal with subsidies is to bring a non-violation case against China.
Could you explain in detail to non-WTO experts what a non-violation case is?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so the WTO has two types of cases. One's called a violation case, and one's called a non-violation case. These are contained in Article 23 of the GATT, known as nullification and impairment. So in order to bring a case under the WTO, you must have suffered an injury. That is, there must have been a nullification or impairment of a trade benefit as defined by Article 23 of the GATT. And you can suffer an injury in one of two ways. You can suffer an injury if the offending party violates the text of the WTO. So there's a rule which is contained in the text, and that's called a violation case, because you can point to a rule or a provision of a WTO agreement that's been violated. So that's called a violation case. And then there's something called a non-violation case, in which you cannot point to any rule or any text of the WTO that has been breached, but nevertheless, a trade benefit has been denied. And so the classic case is the EC oilseeds case, in which the EC agreed to 0 tariffs on imported oilseeds from the United States. But then what they did was then they provided subsidies to EC producers, right? So a subsidy is a financial payment to the EC producer, so thus it could lower its price. And so thus it negated the effect of the zero tariff on the imported ECs from the United States.
It was a subsidy that was consistent, so they weren't really violating. It was
Okay,
the best thing.
right. So the subsidy itself was consistent because there's a provision in the GATT which says you can provide a subsidy to your own producers without providing the subsidy to foreign producers, because that otherwise would be required under the national treatment principle. So the subsidy itself was legal, but what it did was it undermined a trade benefit to the United States. Okay, so that's what's called a non-violation case. So we argue, Ian and I argue, that the United States should bring a non-violation case against China because China has undermined the benefits to the United States of China's entry into the WTO, which among other benefits included market access to China. And by providing these state subsidies to the state-owned enterprises, that has defeated market access because it is hard to compete with state-owned enterprises which enjoy all of these advantages in the China market, financial advantages, regulatory advantages. And so we argue that one way of dealing with this is to bring a non-violation case on the subsidies issue. And in that way, force China to, have a response, right? And that's one way of dealing with this, because the other way, which is the original thought, which is to negotiate on the subsidies issue and state-owned enterprises in phase 2, I'm very skeptical of that because, I have to be very honest and frank by saying that China's not going to change its state-owned and controlled economy. The way the party controls the economy is through state-owned enterprises. And the party's not going to give up power. That's just something they don't do. And so I think it would be extremely difficult to come up with an agreement on state-owned enterprises and subsidies. But if you bring the non-violation case, you can bring that to bear on China, and China would be then subject, I think, to perhaps, financial penalties. In other words, that they pay for their state subsidies to the United States. They pay for the distortion of the system by providing compensation. Because I just don't think they're going to change the state-owned enterprise system. They're not going to change subsidies. I don't think they're going to do that.
Me now.
Simon?
Yeah, so I think we're probably largely in agreement here. I mean, it seems to me that to put pressure on China, it's better to do it multilaterally, to do it jointly. I think these bilateral deals, I'm generally skeptical of bilateral deals. I'm skeptical that in this case, just the U.S. going after China alone is the best way to put pressure on China. What I would suggest is a coordinated effort, either through informal pressure at the WTO or formal complaints if we have to get to it. There was informal pressure during the Trump administration. I have not been able to find the Biden administration picking up on that. But so if we have to get to a formal complaint filed by the U.S., EU, Japan, Brazil, Australia, Canada, everyone we can get on board, I think that would be the best way to pressure China. I would just offer a couple things here. One is, I think it should be lots of smaller, separate cases. If we put all of this together in one big case, it's going to take years and will get forgotten. And I think it would be better to say we're going to separate out all these issues. I can come up with, just off the top of my head, you could look at the problem of export credits, a particular type of export subsidy, where the evidence I've seen suggests there's a good chance that China is violating its obligations under the subsidies agreement. So bring a case on that. Bring a case on various intellectual property matters, bring a case on forced technology transfer, bring a case, and I understand what Dan's saying about state-owned enterprises. So I would say bring a case on state-owned enterprises, but I'll get to the caveat in a second. I also agree, I'm happy to bring a non-violation case. The first case I ever worked on at the WTO, I was working for the Japanese government defending a non-violation case that the U.S. brought against it, and we won the whole thing. We got the claim thrown out, and I just caution with non-violation claims. They're hard to win. There's a high standard of burden of proof, and you have to show that the action taken couldn't reasonably have been expected. So I feel like it'll be hard to bring that case, but I don't object to bringing it. I'm not that confident that we could win that case. But yes, bring the case. So what I want to say here about the caveat to state-owned enterprises, I mean, I'm sure Dan is right about that, but China did take on certain obligations in its accession protocol that its state-owned enterprises will behave in a non-discriminatory and commercial manner. I think it's worth bringing that case. If China doesn't comply, I mean, if Dan's right, and I'm not arguing that he's not, if China just says, well, we're not going to comply with that, we're not going to fundamentally change our system, what you get out of it is a rebalancing of concessions. You can say, all right, look, China, you're not going to change on state-owned enterprises, but you then have to, lower tariffs on all of these products. Or, we can raise tariffs on some of their products, some of Chinese imports to the U.S. and these other countries who brought it. So you can rebalance the concessions. You can make the deal right now feels unfair to a lot of people. You can make it feel a bit more fair. So I think it's worth bringing all these WTO complaints. I can't guarantee you a specific outcome, but I think it will improve the existing situation.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Ian.
sure. If you go back and read John Jackson's fantastic book on the WTO, or actually the GATT, there's a chapter in there where he talks very clearly that the GATT has never really successfully dealt with the issue of subsidies. I mean, it was a troublesome issue from the beginning, and as an economist, surprisingly for a trade economist, it always makes me feel slightly uncomfortable thinking about subsidies, and for the following reason, and that is that very often subsidies are what economists call the first best policy instrument for dealing with certain kinds of market failure. For example, underinvestment in research and development. So there's always this sort of tension between subsidies that potentially are welfare improving and subsidies which are simply a substitute for the commitments that you've made on reducing tariffs, but you're using domestic policies to sort of grab back market share or competitive advantage through the use of those subsidies. And as I've read about this in the last few years, it's kind of interesting. If you go back to the way subsidies were or policies on subsidies were designed in the original GATT, and then after the I guess would have been the Tokyo round agreement, there was always this idea that subsidies were potentially being used, and you could bring a case and a non-violation case in particular, where the country, the defendant in that case, could actually keep those policies. But the argument was you had to make compensatory arrangements on the other side. And Bob Steger, I frequently quote him because I think he's one of the best trade economists writing on this, has made the observation with, I think in a paper actually with Alan Sykes, who is actually, I think, one of the few examples of somebody who's a PhD in economics and a JD out of the University of Chicago, where they argue that one of the problems with the new subsidy mechanism is that if you're found guilty of using a subsidy at the WTO, you automatically have to withdraw it. And they argue that maybe the new system has actually made things worse. And so I don't, going back to David's original question, no, let's not do this bilaterally. Let's go back and revisit the whole multilateral approach to dealing with subsidies. Again, maybe I'm naive, but I'm hearing enough agreement along the panel that maybe that's the way we should go. Patty,
and then Dan.
The only thing I will say is that from 2001, when China became a member, we have had so many opportunities to bring cases, and we haven't. The U.S. has not brought cases, and I think the idea is this is part of our foreign policy. We were doing rapprochement. It was supposed to be a different relationship. We gave them, time to comply. So now that we don't have a functioning dispute settlement system, it seems kind of ironic for us to be able to start using it. Although, having said that, I would say that we should not see dispute settlement as just about getting a remedy, because non-violation also doesn't provide you the kind of remedy. Compensation is voluntary, but it's about shaming, possibly. It's about and then I want to go back to the committee. The subsidies committee was getting some work done, actually, and as long as we can get a core critical mass of members agreeing that a certain kind of work is on certain kind of subsidies is objectionable, or certain on state-owned enterprises at the committee level, I think it's still useful, even though it's not going to immediately have repercussions. But I just want to point out that we just haven't brought cases, even when we had a functioning dispute settlement system.
Dan?
I just want to make just one technical point, if you permit, on the subsidies issue and why we think that a non-violation case is the best approach. If you bring a violation case against China on subsidies, showing that it's breached a provision of the WTO agreements, the remedy is to withdraw the subsidy. That's the ultimate remedy, right? Because if you find a violation, the ultimate remedy is to correct the violation, is to withdraw the measure that's inconsistent with the WTO. So, but if you bring a non-violation case, you're allowed to keep the subsidy, but you have to pay then the winning party. You have to come to some type of arrangement with the winning party. So if you bring a non-violation case, China can actually keep its subsidy, which it's going to anyway, because they're not going to change. But then they can compensate the United States through other trade concessions or perhaps, whatever agreement they can come up with, which would then compensate the United States. So that's why we think that that's a practical approach, because we don't think China's ever going to it's not going to change the state-owned enterprise system, because that is how the party controls the economy, and they have their power based upon the economic benefits it can deliver to the people. That's how their power is based. And so that's, I think, just a technical distinction between the violation and the non-violation case.
Thank you. I think it's time to take audience questions. 1 second. I think we're going to get a mark. I think it's helpful if, when you speak, you can stand up and you can introduce yourself, and then if you want to direct the question to anyone particular on the panel, please do so.
Thank you so much, Director Payan and Ms. Guayeta, and all of you. This has been wonderful, 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 and welcome to the great state of Texas. I've had the privilege of traveling to China at least 7 times. I've been all over China. I've met wonderful, wonderful people. 我学习中国文化，中国方面，每天。It's a wonderful, wonderful country. In 1972, Zhou Enlai was asked about, he was in Paris, and he was asked about the French Revolution that had occurred 200 years ago. And he says, c'est trop tôt. It's too early to tell. Also, let's identify that China calls itself Zhongguo, the Middle Kingdom. They perceive themselves as the ultimate, in all due respect, hegemon. I agree with you, Professor Cho. In my view, they see themselves as ultimately re-rising, all right? The question is, with respect to their long-term view of things, particularly with the reorganization of the standing committee that occurred last week, the pro-market economists were exiled, Li Qinghuang, right, and his group. Where are we going to go ultimately in the long term? I see all these, I certainly agree with you, Professor Lester, with respect to the issue of, or the solution of compensatory, how did you?
I was talking about the balance of concessions.
Balance of concessions, balance. Maybe that's ultimately where we need to go on this in the long term. I guess how do we manage their long-term philosophy with all of this?
Comments?
Do you have anything you want to say?
I just want to say something, it's just sort of more historical. China, I think history is very important. Maybe, Daniel, you can correct me, but I've been reading a little bit of history of trade, and I think China made a very strategic error a few centuries ago when it decided to let the trade routes be taken over by the Western empires. and by saying, we have everything, why do we need to trade? I think President Xi is a student of history, and he has learned that was the mistake that China made. Never going to make that mistake again. If you go, I was actually born in Iran. The Persian Gulf, where that island, the island of Khark, it's a 99-year lease now to the Chinese enterprises. So it's not just, it's an understanding that if you don't control trade, you don't control anything. We don't want that same thing happening to us that happened a few centuries ago. So I think that's a history that I think President Xi remembers. Anyway.
I don't think, I know that President Xi has its own people now on the, on the Central Committee, but he's not going to wreck the economy. He is, all of these predictions of disaster, I'm more optimistic. I don't think China is going to have a war with Taiwan, in my opinion. I think they're going to work it out because they're going to find a way. So I think all of these predictions of disaster, I'm much more optimistic than many others, I think, about that.
Other questions? In the far back, please. And then yours.
Good morning. Thank you so much for taking your time to speak with us today. My name is Pranil Jadhav. I am currently a Master's of Global Affairs student here at Rice. Professor Lester, one thing that you spoke about that really intrigued me was how U.S. multilateralism has failed, and that how many developing countries are not seeing Europe and the U.S. as reliable and trusting partners, and rather they're looking towards China. And with China seeing its rise in the global governance, with its power in trade through multilateralism with the RCEP and the Belt and Road Initiative, I wanted to ask specifically to all of you, what should the U.S. or the West's strategic response be to all these multilateral agreements, most specifically the Belt and Road Initiative?
Should I kick it off?
Start.
So, the BRI, so two things about the BRI. First, it may have actually started to peter out a bit. I'm not an expert on the BRI, but from what I've read, the loans aren't flowing like they used to. It may be that that's not as big a deal as it seemed 5 or 10 years ago. I would also put out my sort of general skepticism about big infrastructure projects. I feel like a lot of these end up not panning out the way people hoped. So I never had the concern that some people did that the U.S. is going to be at a disadvantage because of China's massive BRI lending. I feel like that it has become a bit of a problem for China, and it does seem like they're moving away from it a bit. I'm not sure, there are a number of aspects to your question. One thing here is that when China approaches relationships with developing countries, they are very focused on business and less on other political issues. So when the U.S. is engaging with the developing world, there are human rights issues, there are a variety of sort of alliance issues. Will you support us on this? China keeps things uncomplicated, and I think that is to China's advantage. But I don't know that there's anything that can be done about that. When the U.S. approaches relations with other countries, whether you like it or not, whether you think it should be that way or not, it's going to have a number of concerns there. It's not just going to give money to whoever. We have other concerns. I do think that it looks like the Biden administration has ratcheted up, despite the fact that I'm saying I wouldn't worry that much about the BRI and China's influence. I think the Biden administration is worried about its influence with developing countries, and it is ratcheting up lending of various sorts. So I think we are seeing a response. There's a feeling that the U.S. has lost influence to China in a number of these places, and we need to get it back. And we need to use some combination of private and public financing to get that back. So this gets outside of what I would consider the core of trade policy, and it's sort of an area that I've read about more, but I don't necessarily consider myself an expert. So I'm sort of observing it from afar and saying it looks to me like after ignoring China, or not having a response to what China's been doing for years. At the same time, China's maybe phasing out its plans here. The U.S. is stepping in and ratcheting this up as part of this emerging, what most people are calling, but I'm nervous about using the term, I don't like it myself, great power competition. So I think that geopolitical competition is now, is sort of influencing the geoeconomics. Economics is becoming part of this competition. Anyone else have something more coherent to say about this?
I just want to say that, that China has always felt slighted at the World Bank and at the IMF because they don't have enough shares, they don't enough money. And even if they did, I don't think the United States or the EU would allow them to take leadership positions. So the World Bank is dominated by the United States because the president's always an American. The International Monetary Fund is dominated by the EU because the managing director is always a European. So they got this cozy little arrangement going, right? And so what China does, and when they lend, okay, they lend on the basis that you will agree to a set of conditions called the Washington Consensus, and that you will agree to certain conditions with respect to your economy, with respect to education, and so forth. And so they use this, and what China did was to say, well, wait a minute here, we're never going to get much power in these institutions, so we're going to set up our own bank, and it's called the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank. And when China lends under the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, no strings attached. Do whatever you want. Here's the money, okay? And they make a profit because that bank makes them money, and that's how they see that bank. And they make loans, no strings attached. And so they'll lend to Indonesia, and Indonesia will create a coal-powered factory or something of that nature, and you can never get a loan like that from the World Bank. So there is competition, right, in lending. This is outside the WTO now. There's a lot of competition going on, and China's being very effective by setting up this competitor to the World Bank and lending to the developing world and making a lot of friends, because these are loans with no strings attached. Do whatever you want.
Add anything, Patty?
No, I mean, it took the World Bank a long time to address issues of corruption and environment and all of that, and you don't have to. But there has been backlash also from the developing world. But everybody's very much beholden. China is very, very influential all over Africa and all other parts of the world.
Ian?
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the questioner's point about the nature of trading relationships in the Asia-Pacific region. And I wanted to connect back as well to something Simon said earlier, that economists apparently agree that multilateralism is better than regionalism. I used to believe that because I was a student of Bhagwati's work on free trade agreements, but now I more go along with Larry Summers, who says he loves all isms, be it unilateralism, bilateralism, regionalism, or multilateralism. And that's my jumping off point for saying that I think both for economic and political reasons, the United States made a huge mistake under the Trump administration of pulling out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I think there's no doubt that there would have been tremendous economic benefits to the United States, particularly in agriculture, where we would have got considerably greater access to Japan than I think we've got under the agreement we have with Japan in terms of that. Remember, one of the big holdups in the WTO post-Uruguay round is we still haven't really fixed agricultural trade. And it was always going to be tough to get Japan to come to the bargaining table along with a number of other economies like Korea, et cetera, But I think the Trans-Pacific Partnership had maybe the political benefits were greater than the economic benefits. And now we're no longer members of that. We have the CPTPP, which of course Canada and Mexico are both members of. And if you were to draw a Venn diagram, Simon talked about this as the noodle bowl, but I think the potential for the CPTPP, which we like talking in acronyms, don't we? In USMCA.
Comprehensive partnership.
Okay.
So sorry. If you just draw an overlapping Venn diagram, draw a circle of members of CPTPP, and then draw a circle of the members of RCEP, right? They overlap, and of course China is a partner. They had bilaterals with the original. So I think that's something we need to think about, is that the balance of power in terms of influence in that region, I think, has moved not just to China, but to countries in that region and members of that agreement. And I think, just as an economist, I think that was a mistake, but from a strategic political point of view, I think it was a huge mistake as well. Thank you.
Sir, back there. And then you.
This might be a little bit of a naive question, but on the subject of what is the benefit in this age of inflation, concern about inflation, what's the benefit in the Biden administration continuing the policies of the Trump administration as relating to tariffs? And also, does the apparent change in the Chinese approach to entrepreneurism and stuff, does that sort of maybe change some of these relationships between American companies and Chinese companies, that more to perhaps the long-term benefit of our more entrepreneurial approach to the world?
Who wants that one?
I
Should we
can
take
answer
the
the
other
first
question?
part.
I'm sorry?
I was just saying, maybe we can get the other question
Yes.
too. and
Why
do them
don't
both.
you tell us your question, and then maybe we can do it together. Good point.
My name is Wolfgang Schmidt. By formal education, I'm a chemical engineer, like Mr. Xi, but I'm a businessman. And I have a question, but before I ask the question, I want to share with you a little bit knowledge about China. I was in China several times during the Cultural Revolution, and in 1975, I had the unique opportunity, through almost unbelievable circumstances, to have for about half an hour a one-to-one negotiation with Deng Xiaoping. What he told me, I was a young guy at that time, probably I did not understand everything, it came out later. Anyhow, I wrote in my diary at that time, he is not a communist. And then, shortly before he died, he wrote about himself, when I'm gone, they will not call me a great Marxist. But anyhow, he drew my attention to Max Weber and Karl Marx. And the indication was Karl Marx is influenced Mao Zedong, and Max Weber is influencing me. And my conclusion is, what in Max Weber is a religion, is in his philosophy the doctrine of the Communist Party, which is mainly crowd control. That was a remark as food for thought. My question is this: with the new world order, and I quote Henry Kissinger, in September, we are in a new Cold War. And I think, let's be honest, we are. How does trade change with friendly, unfriendly, and in between economies, nations, or you ever call it? I think there will be a major new trend in world trade flows because of the new world order. Thank you in advance.
Who wants to solve that problem?
Well,
Good question.
I'm going to answer the easiest question, which was by the gentleman over here, and it was his first question, which was, I think, about tariffs and inflation. Well, as a trade economist, I'd say get rid of the tariffs, period. But it seems to me politically this would be a smart move to get rid of the tariffs. And in fact, the Peterson Institute in Washington has actually published a pretty nice study on what might be the effect on the current rate of inflation here in the United States. And I think the estimate is something like 1.7 to 2 percentage points would be taken off the US rate of inflation if we were to get rid of the tariffs. So that was an answer to the simplest question, and I'm going to throw it back to the rest of the panel to answer the more difficult questions.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so just briefly on the tariffs, I just want to throw in, so when you think about politics, the Biden administration may be thinking about really very specific local areas. And so even if they agreed with Ian's overall political analysis, and maybe they do, maybe they don't, they would probably argue that in key races in Ohio and Pennsylvania, we need these tariffs to win those Senate seats. So that's not that I agree with them, but I'm just saying that's what they might say. In terms of the big hard question about the Cold War and changing trade with friendly and unfriendly countries, clearly we are seeing a change in the direction you indicated. I guess the question for me is how far does that go? We use the term Cold War. You know, we think of the old Cold War. Is this Cold War like the old Cold War? Well, maybe in some ways, maybe not in others. Is it possible to have a full decoupling with China, between the U.S. and China, between other countries and China? You know, I'm skeptical. I mean, so I agree with Dan that I don't think there's going to be a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. Let's say there was, you know, if there were, then obviously the decoupling I think would go a lot further. But if it doesn't happen, as Dan doesn't think it will, and I don't think it will either, then I think we're sort of kind of nibbling around at the margins. Yes, we will move a bit towards decoupling of these particular high-tech products, as at least between the U.S. and China, and between other countries that the U.S. can influence in China. But broadly speaking, as I look around at, say, Australia or Canada or Japan or European countries or Brazil, I just don't see a big movement towards decoupling. It will be the U.S. trying to influence certain high-tech products, but that'll be the extent of it. You know, there's a lot of talk in the U.S. about friendshoring, but then there was this recent legislation that excluded European products from benefits from certain tax credits for electric vehicles. So we're not being that friendly with our friends right now. So in theory, you know, you could push further towards more trade with friendly countries, but I don't see an appetite for that with the Biden administration. There's not going to be a big U.S.-EU trade deal. I mean, there will be U.S. and EU talks on specific issues, and we are getting along better than maybe the Trump administration got with them. But I think for now, this shift towards, you know, let's trade with our friends, let's not trade with our enemies, it's somewhat limited for now. But yeah, at this point, I have no great prediction about where things are going. I hope, if it is a Cold War, I hope it stays a limited one. I hope it doesn't get much colder.
Anyone else want to comment?
I'll just say that I think that the Biden administration doesn't want to lift the China tariffs because it thinks it's going to hurt them politically. Even though it's going to help the country, they think they've made a decision that it's going to hurt them politically in, you know, elections, right? And probably in criticism that they're being weak, you know, they're not being tough enough on China because there is that attitude now prevailing in Washington, D.C. that you need to be tough on China. And if you lift the tariffs, you're going to get criticized for not being tough enough on China, and therefore it's going to hurt them politically.
We do have the unholy alliance between the far left and the far right. There is no middle. There is no coherent trade policy. I just think that we are not working in a rational way right now. Why would you keep tariffs? But as was mentioned, it's a political thing. There is no coherent trade policy that I've been able to find out, or any leadership.
We're pretty much out of time. You can come and chat with individuals. I still want to take 5 minutes for a break, then we'll start the next panel. Thank you to the panel.
Thank you, sir.
What?
1 minute. Yeah, we'll start in 1 minute. Yeah, just tell me 5 when it's. Oh my goodness. This is what coffee does to me, even though I really like it, but I think I have a minor allergy. I can't live without it. Okay, it's 10:40, so let's begin our conversation as other people join us. Let me just take care of a couple of things, a couple of business matters. Number one, I want to thank the members of the Mexico Forum. Our sponsors obviously make all this possible, so thank you to all of you who are members of the forum. I see several of you here. Thank you very much for supporting our work. And the other one, the other issue is an announcement. Every year, at the end of the year, we publish the Mexico Country Outlook, and we have a closed-door private event, usually on December. This year is going to be on December 8th during the morning. We'll have a couple of panels as well, and a couple of keynote speakers as well on what we can expect to see in Mexico in 2023. So it's our annual Mexico Country Outlook. 2023 will be, as you know, the last year, full year of the López Obrador administration, which has been quite controversial, and so it'll be an important Mexico Country Outlook for 2023. So we hope you can join us, and we're certainly looking for people to sponsor that event and publication. Our end of the year, it's our capstone for the end of the year, and trying to read what the tea leaves will tell us the following year. So if you want any information on the Mexico Country Outlook, I see Lisa right in the middle with the telephone. You can ask Lisa for more information. So for now, we're going to start our second panel, and then we'll break for lunch after that, and we'll hear from our keynote to conclude our day. So thank you for staying with us. I, like David, will change the order of the panel in a way that I think will be more convenient for us to have a more fluid conversation. I think our first speaker will be Meredith Lilly, who flew in from Canada yesterday, I think. So let me read a little bit about Dr. Lilly. She's an associate professor at Caltech University's Norman Patterson School of International Affairs, where she is the Simon Reisman Chair in International Economic Policy. She served at as the Foreign Affairs and International Trade Advisor to Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper, and oversaw within the Prime Minister's office Canada's free trade negotiations with the European Union, South Korea, and the Trans-Pacific Partnership, among other files. Dr. Lilly's current research is focused on North American relations, Canada trade diversification strategy, and economic sanctions. She's a member of the Deputy Minister's Advisory Committee on International Trade and Advisory Board member of the Canadian Global Affairs Institute, an expert panelist on the Council of Canadian Academies, and a Canadian delegate to the North American Forum. She regularly meets with government officials and diplomats, and is a regular commentator. So it's really a pleasure to have Meredith in Houston today. The next will be James Gerber and I have been friends and collaborators for a very long time. James is a non-resident scholar here at the Center for the U.S. and Mexico at the Baker Institute, And he's also a professor emeritus, and he just told me that he was really enjoying his retirement years. So I'm looking forward to that in about 15, 17 years. He's a professor emeritus of economics at San Diego State University. His fields of studies are the U.S.-Mexico economic relations and economic history, and he was also director of SDSU's National Resource Center for Latin American Studies. And prominently among his work, I think, is I want to highlight his developing of the U.S.-Mexico Border Human Development Index. Then third will be Elizabeth Trujillo. Elizabeth is the Mary Ann and Lawrence Faust Professor of Law and the founding director Initiative on Global Law and Policy for the Americas. She specializes on international trade and investment law, sustainable development and energy, contracts, and international law. Before that, she was a professor at several other universities, including Texas A&M University School of Law and other universities. She's also at the University School of Law in Boston. Elizabeth really is a local. She's here at the University of Houston, and before that, she practiced law in a company here in a law firm here in Houston. And then fourth will be Guillermo Garcia Sanchez, also a good friend of the center for a while. He's an associate professor of law at Texas A&M University. His areas of expertise are international oil and gas, U.S.-Mexico energy relations, comparative law, public international law, international business transactions, and international arbitration. So we're a great panel, and so we'll proceed in that order. I think, Meredith, you're first.
Thanks very much. Thanks for the invitation to be here, to both David and Tony and the Rice University Baker Institute. When I did bring some, there they are up. Thank you very much. When I was asked to contribute to this project, I was asked to bring a Canadian perspective to the consideration of USMCA. And so I thought what I would spend my time doing is giving a brief overview of how Canada thinks the early implementation of USMCA is going. And I will be honest that prior to examining the data that I used for this paper, my impression wasn't a great one. I was under the impression that we were off to a rocky start. The rhetoric around Buy America from the Biden administration, from the perspective of Canadians, has not been much better than the protectionist rhetoric from the Trump administration. And certainly the rhetoric around enforcement coming out of the White House also has been off-putting to Canadians because it's typically not how we approach our trading relationships. Having said that, as I began drafting the paper and looking at the data, I certainly found evidence of lots of little fires everywhere. So that's what that graphic is. It's a fire map of North America. But I also realized the situation is actually not that different than what we might have observed in the first 2 years of NAFTA's implementation. And in fact, there might be fewer fires this time than there were then. And when you think about that, I actually think that's quite remarkable, given the period of disruption that USMCA came into force. I mean, global pandemic, supply chain issues, war in Europe, and yet the overall trade picture isn't a bad one. So I'll get through some of that. I'm going to focus on three trends that I outline in the paper. The first is North American trade overall during the early implementation period. The second is around the interpretation of new rules. And then the third is around trade remedies and enforcement under the tools that are offered by USMCA. And then I'll spend a few minutes talking about the ongoing North American trade challenges that involve Canada that I think are falling outside of USMCA, and it picks up a little bit on the comments that Simon made in the last panel. So the overall trend in the transition, that first trend from NAFTA to USMCA came into force in July 2020. At that time, the global pandemic had closed the borders between the three countries. It severely disrupted trade. And while North American trade actually rebounded relatively quickly, we see that we all know that supply chain disruptions have continued. Some of those have recovered, others persist. And the third thing that I want to say prior to telling you about this slide is that one thing I think that we have to bear in mind is that there are long phase-in rules related to USMCA, particularly in the most controversial areas of the agreement, things like rules of origin for autos. So there are parts of USMCA statistics that we basically aren't picking up yet. We're not seeing the real relationships because they're just not yet in force. So this figure presents Canada's bilateral trade flows with each of the US and Mexico for the 3-year period of 2019 to 2022. And I put that initial year of data in from 2019 to 2020 so that we had a little bit of a baseline to look at. And the two top lines are the relationship between Canada and the US, and the two bottom lines, those much smaller lines, are between Canada and Mexico. And so what we can see from this, the shock of the global pandemic is very clear. That's where you see that big dip from March to June. We also see that trade had largely recovered by July, which was the implementation date of USMCA. And then trade continues to take off between Canada and the United States. And actually last year we have reached historic highs in our bilateral trade statistics. Now, Mexico is actually a very similar story. I know the line is very small at the bottom, and that's just an issue of scale. The relationship, the trading relationship, is much smaller. But just to give you a sense of what you can't see in those numbers, Canadian monthly imports from Mexico were up 21% in April of 2022 from 3 years prior. So we have very big seasonal fluctuations in our trade with Mexico, largely around fruits and vegetables. But we can very clearly see that our numbers are up. Now, what does this mean? Should we be super excited about this? I think we need to temper expectations. Certainly, Canada's annual report on trade says that the historic highs that we've been seeing are actually attributable to higher prices and inflation. So that's actually not such a great story after all. And that trade volumes have fallen over this period. So the value might be up, but the amount of trade going on is actually down. The second thing is that this very positive story on goods trade I think overshadows the negative story that we're seeing on services trade, which continues to lag as much as 17% from pre-pandemic times. And a big part of this for Canada is about the border and the drop in travel and tourism to our country. Nevertheless, overall, I think the overall trade picture isn't as negative as I was expecting, and perhaps is doing relatively well. The second trend I'm not going to spend much time on, but what I did in the paper is I focused on some areas of ambiguity, both intended and unintended, in the trade agreement. All trade agreements, when they're new and they get into new areas of governance, always have this rocky period at the beginning where we work out the rules. And it's particularly important to pay attention to the contentious areas of negotiation because they always line up with the contentious areas of interpretation of text after implementation happens. And so in the paper, I walk through two particular cases, Chapter 31 challenges. One is really vital to all three countries, which is around auto rules of origin and the auto core parts issue. I'm happy to answer questions about that after if people want to get into it. The case is still, we're still waiting for the panel's report, and all three countries care a lot about what this looks like. The second case is around Canadian dairy, our wonderful supply managed dairy system that I understand is a great irritation to the United States, and how Canada has administered quota for the small amount of dairy that the United States was able to get out of USMCA. Canada lost that case. It's my view that we deserve to lose that case. And I get into it in the paper, but really this was a case, I think, of Canada trying to advance a story of ambiguity where, in fact, I don't think one existed. So I'm not going to talk more about those in the interest of time, but I'm happy to later or point you to the paper. And then the third area is around trade remedies and enforcement. And the Biden administration has been really vocal about its intention to use dispute settlement early and often. And the USTR 2022 trade policy agenda has referenced enforcement as a top priority for the USTR. And this focus on enforcement is difficult for Canadians. It implies to us a continuation of kind of an acrimonious relationship around trade rather than one focusing on greater North American integration, which is actually where we would like to see the conversation going. And so, again, as I turned to look at anti-dumping and countervailing cases under USMCA, I was expecting to see a big uptick under USMCA, and in fact, we see a very different story. So there's surprisingly few Chapter 10 trade remedy cases in the first 2 years of USMCA, and far fewer than we saw in the first 2 years of NAFTA. Under NAFTA, there were 22 cases in total, and under USMCA, there have only been 8, and fully half of those have been between Canada and the United States around softwood lumber. The never-ending dispute. And I think another trend is that Canada hasn't been particularly active in its use of trade remedies with Mexico under either agreement. Instead, we seem to be following a strategy of working either directly with Mexico against the United States on things like auto rules, or directly with the United States against Mexico on energy. But under Chapter 10 and under the new rapid response labor mechanism, Canada has not been particularly activist in this area. Now, that doesn't surprise me. I have argued previously that only the United States has the leverage to really influence Mexico to change its practices. And more generally, Canada-Mexico trade is just much lower, as we saw in the previous slide, and so we would fully expect most of Canada's disputes to be with the United States. So that overall, I would say things aren't looking so terrible under USMCA. But what and perhaps this reflects just a much more mature trading relationship than we saw in early NAFTA. We've been at this for a while, and so maybe our 3 countries are just doing a pretty good job now. But I think it also reveals that the greatest tensions that we're seeing in North American trade now really fall outside of USMCA. And that's a less positive story. So these are largely bilateral issues, and for the Canada and US, we're seeing several areas really become quite problematic. So softwood lumber continues. It is the oldest and longest trade dispute that we have had, and it just seems like it's never going to end. I think a new approach is necessary on both sides. Secondly, I think this creeping rise of protectionist industrial policy is really difficult for Canada to deal with. We are much more threatened by it than vice versa, because we rely on the United States for 75% of our exports, whereas the United States sends only 15% to Canada. And so when we hear protectionist rhetoric coming out of the United States, it kind of sends us a flutter. And then a third area which is new and which trade agreements just aren't designed to address is the increase in export controls. So banning the export of goods is not something trade agreements are really designed to help other parties with. So during the pandemic for Canada, this was around PPE and the export of 3M masks to other countries. That case was largely resolved, but it left a bad taste in the mouth. And now we're seeing an increase in the use of export controls against China and others. And so this really falls outside of trade agreements to address. And then finally, border thickening, I think, persists. We made a lot of gains since 9/11 around harmonizing our border policies, and a lot of that the momentum has really declined. And then I'll just say 2 things about Canada-Mexico. So Canada-Mexico, I think 2 issues that bubble and that have not been resolved. One is around the failure to better protect farm workers in Canada during the COVID-19 pandemic. Farm workers are not covered under USMCA. It's a category of work that is not covered, which means that it falls under provincial rules rather than the ability of the federal government to influence. And that really came to a head, I think, during COVID-19. And then the general chill on investment stemming from current policies of the Mexican government has been difficult for Canadian investors. We're major investors in mining in Mexico, and I think this has created a general chill. So, I think overall the big picture I would say is that USMCA isn't going so badly. And in some ways it's actually much more positive than I was expecting. But I think the big problems that we're seeing creep up now actually fall outside of the agreement. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Meredith. Let's see, number 2, Jim.
Yeah, thank you, Tony, and thank you, David, for organizing the conference, and thank you to the Koch Foundation for providing the support and for the Baker Institute for hosting it. Good morning, everybody. It's great to be with you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I wanted to talk a bit about what's the future of North American trade. The mandate I had to talk about was very general and kind of broad, so I'm gonna try to talk about where I think we ought to go. And I'm going to be in competition here with Ian, who was on the previous panel and kept referring to his ideas as naive. Mine will be more naive in this respect. All right, so I think the good news is that free trade is done. We did it. It's been done for quite a while. The tariffs are next to zero. I mean, there's really not much more that we can do in free trade terms in North America. We're about as open as we can get at this point in terms of tariffs, okay? And that's acknowledged really by the International Trade Commission, which was charged with the task of analyzing the effects of the USMCA. And they wrote, I'm going to read you a quote from the ITC. They wrote, because NAFTA has already eliminated duties on most qualifying goods and significantly reduced non-tariff barriers, USMCA's emphasis is on reducing the remaining non-tariff measures. So the idea there is that if we want to go further, it's not going to be about tariffs. It's going to be about other things, and these other things are, in my view, far more complicated and politically contentious, particularly in the current atmosphere, which is anti-trade strongly in the U.S., anti-trade strongly in Mexico. Canada, I'm not as sure about. I think it's perhaps less so. In the economics literature, we talk about shallow and deep integration. So shallow integration refers to, and Patty referred to this earlier on the previous panel, it's barriers at the border, right? And so that's things like tariffs and quotas. Deep integration refers to domestic policies which have unintended consequences in the area of trade. These things are extremely contentious, okay? I'll come back to that in just a second. If we want, the point I began with was that, free trade has been accomplished. Well, there's one area, I just want to say parenthetically, where that hasn't been as true, and that's trade and services. And there is a lot of room for liberalizing trade and services. But back to this shallow versus deep integration, trade and services requires a lot of changes in domestic policy if you're going to liberalize it, as we have with trade in goods, right? So there are issues of licensing, there are issues of consumer protection, there are issues of transparency. Think about insurance, for example, as a field, and how would you completely liberalize that across all three countries? This reaches into the domestic policies of countries in terms of the rules and regulations that they've set for those industries, which oftentimes reflect deeper level considerations that they have about the proper relationship between government and business. Right, so you're really beginning to mess with some deep level concerns there. And in the anti-trade environment in which I think we find ourselves at this point, that's a heavy lift to try to go there, to make those kinds of changes. I mean, I'm Personally, just as an aside, I'm a little bit skeptical that the USMCA accomplishes very much, but at the same time, I have enormous respect for the negotiators because this is tough. This is really hard to be able to make these changes in a politically viable way. Okay, so where might we go? And here's where I'm gonna, here's where my naivete will show. Because I think we have two choices, basically, at this point, and I'm operating off what, in the 60s people referred to as the bicycle model of trade negotiations, right? You either keep moving forward or else you fall over, right? So if we want to keep moving forward, it seems to me that we need to reach out and try to develop a North American community, that we need a much deeper way of thinking about North America. I think there's a whole bunch of reasons why that's desirable, right? But let me just say one of the most important, which I hope would resonate in the current environment, and that's this issue of security, right? I mean, we have made security the priority in everything that we talk about, right? But if we really think about trade agreements that the U.S. has signed, these are all really geopolitical agreements. Right? They're not so much economics. They have economics effects, but they're geopolitical, right? The reason that we pivoted to Asia during Obama and the reason that we wanted the TPP and the reason that we now have this, I forget what it's called, the IPEF, the agreement with Southeast Asia that we're trying to develop, right, is really about China. And it's about developing a geopolitical strategy by forming alliances with countries that we think will be useful in creating a counterbalance to China. During the Cold War, we did the same thing, right? Many of our trade agreements were about containing the Soviet Union, right? They're really about the geopolitics of this. North America has a number of inherent advantages from an economic standpoint, which give it a kind of weight and power in a geopolitical sense that we wouldn't have with agreements elsewhere. The advantages are we are three very large market economies, right? Extremely large market economies. I mean, we tend to underestimate the size of Mexico and all this, but it's about the 11th or 12th largest market economy in the world. And is one of the world's largest export economies as well, right? So large market economies. We also have more international treaty agreements with Canada than with any other country, followed, number two, very close behind, by Mexico. We have an enormous number of international treaty agreements with Mexico. Canada is a very strong democracy. Mexico is, I would call it, an aspiring democracy, right? It wants to get there, and hopefully it will. This is something we should be supporting, and a North American community can serve as a base for developing these collaborations, but also promoting, I think, democracy in Mexico. So how do we do this? I mean, what are the things that? There's a number of other advantages of a North American community, which I don't have time to talk about, but. I think, the criteria for measures we should take, there's three criteria, I would say. One, they can't be based upon tariff cuts, because that's gone, right? Number two, we don't want to dislocate industries or destroy communities. Part of the anti-trade period that we're in is because there's a sense, whether it's correct or not, I mean, I would say it's not correct, but there's clearly a sense that trade has destroyed a number of communities and has really harmed industries. In the field of economics, the debate is, well, is that about automation or is that about trade? I come down on the automation side predominantly on that, right? But we don't, if we do things where there's a perceived threat to communities or industries, it's a non-starter in the current environment. It's just not going to happen, right? And these have to be things that benefit all three countries, right? So I think there's a whole bunch of things we can do that are kind of below the radar, but that can have a profound effect in the short to medium and long term, right? So let me just talk about just a couple of those. In the paper, I list 3 things that I think are doable. One is to reform rules of origin, which is probably the most politically contentious of the things that I mentioned. Another one, is let's try to integrate medical services a bit more. One way to do that, let's make Medicare portable. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things we could do to make Medicare portable. We already have, for example, if you are a retired military service member, you have a type of portability in your government-funded health care that allows you to access it anywhere in the world. But we don't do that with Medicare. This would make, particularly U.S.-Mexico relations, I think there would be a lot of benefits and advantages to that. Another thing that I talk about in the paper is let's increase student mobility. This is a long-term thing. It's not going to have a big effect in the short run, but if we look at, for example, successful agreements around the world where regions have built strong, vibrant agreements across countries, the best example being the European Union, right? Student mobility has played a major role in developing the future generation of professionals who have contacts and cultural knowledge and language skills and an ability to move across borders and understand across borders in the way that they operate once they become career people. So there's a bunch of things we could do there. I think none of this stuff is easy. I'm not saying it would be simple. Let me just say a couple of words about rules of origin and the reforming of the rules of origin. Rules of origin are just protectionist measures that we implement. They may be necessary. That doesn't necessarily mean they're bad, but they're not. They're suboptimal from an economic standpoint. They're not about efficiency. They're really about protecting industries, and we need them in the agreements we have in order to avoid what's called trade deflection. So trade deflection would be if you have a free trade agreement, a non-member of the agreement would export into the lowest tariff country and then use that as a platform to access through the free trade agreement the other member countries. That's trade deflection. So we have rules of origin. We say, well, if you bring a good into North America, it's got to have it has to meet our rules of origin requirements in order to qualify for free trade in the rest of North America. Every free trade agreement has rules of origin, right? The problem with these things is that they raise the costs of trade significantly. The way you can get around rules of origin is with a customs union in which the member countries have an agreement that they will harmonize their tariffs towards non-members. So if a good comes in, it's paid whatever the tariff is. There's no advantage to using one country as an export platform to access the other countries, right? I don't know that we can get to a customs union. That has its own political difficulties and is contentious in many ways. To harmonize our external tariffs in Canada, the United States, and Mexico towards non-members, this would be a really difficult thing. But I think we can start moving in that direction. We can begin to reform at the margin some of the rules of origin, particularly where they seem to be not particularly binding, would be one place. Another way is if there are countries with which all 3 of us have free trade agreements, like Chile or Colombia, right? We could allow goods from the value added in those places to count towards the meeting the requirements of the rule of origin in North America, given that we all have free trade with those countries. And I should say that we do that a little bit already in the industrial policy that was just passed, the Inflation Reduction Act, which is about supporting electric vehicles and battery production. And we say, well, okay, we want the batteries to be made with North American materials, but if the raw materials, the minerals that we need, come from a trade partner, then we'll count that as North American. So we already are doing that a little bit. We could extend that. quite a bit. The problem with rules of origin and the way that they're designed right now is that there's a recent paper which analyzes the rules of origin of that the United States has. There's 214 different rules of origin, right? Not all of those apply to the USMCA, but there are 214 different ones. So you may be trading as a business under the USMCA, but you're also trading with Israel and with Japan and with Chile, and you have different rules of origin in all those different places. This adds significant costs to business operations. Worldwide, studies of rules of origin worldwide show that they usually add 2 to 5% equivalent of a tariff to the cost of trade. There are studies showing that in the NAFTA agreement and then in the USMCA, presumably, it may be 6%, 6.8% is added to the cost of trade because of the rules of origin. There's also, I have to say, there are studies that show that in the Canadian case, that isn't the case, that it doesn't necessarily have that kind of effect. It's an area in which the empirical analysis is very, very difficult because we don't have the specific data we need, but there does seem to be a consensus and a general agreement that the rules of origin add significant costs to doing trade, and that therefore a reform in this area would be beneficial. Okay, I think I'm probably out of time about, I just want to say, I really think that we need to think more broadly about the type of relationship Canada, Mexico, and the United States will have going forward, that a North American community which develops a deeper level of interaction between our three countries would be of great benefit economically, but also geopolitically. This would create a region with a type of weight in the world economy and the world politics, which would be, I think, extremely significant, particularly as a counterweight to China, if that happens to be our goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Then we'll go to Elizabeth.
Thank you, Tony. And I wanted to also thank David for inviting me, as well as Lisa and the Baker Institute, Rice University, as well as the Koch Foundation. So my work over the years has been primarily in the trade and environment area. And I've looked at this relationship and its troubled past, mostly through the lens of the WTO and the multilateral system. But I've also done quite a bit of work at the relationship between regionalism and multilateralism, particularly understanding how trade agreements impact domestic regulation and the ability of countries to pass domestic regulation. And the lens through which I've looked at this is through the environment. So when I was asked to contribute to this project, I was asked to look specifically at the USMCA and the environment. And I'm really excited about this project because it also is part of a book that I'm writing about reframing the trade environment, international trade through sustainability. And as Padide said earlier, history is cyclical. And I see many trends that's happening in the USMCA and the environment that I think could set the path towards changing or shifting that trade and environment linkage, just as we saw in the 90s when US and Mexico were fighting over tuna dolphin. So my paper is entitled The USMCA and the Environment, Setting Trends for Global and Regional Trade. And I agree with Jim that really trade agreements today are not about tariffs. Most of these regional trade agreements are really about non-tariff barriers. There's still some areas where tariffs are important, especially agriculture and textiles, as you know. But my point today and in my paper is really to situate the USMCA in this troubled history of trade and environment. And looking at the chapter, comparing it a little bit to the original NAFTA and how the USMCA has shifted in that arena, so that we can maybe try to see if it sets certain global trends in terms of how this relationship between regulators and trade regulators may develop. The other aspect of my talk today will be in comparing a little bit the Chapter 24 of the USMCA and some significant changes that I think have occurred from the original North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, and to look at a specific case called the Vaquita case, also a type of dolphin, a mammal, much in which right now the U.S. has brought consultations, trade consultations under the USMCA dispute settlement against Mexico. There is also an environmental process that's in place around that case that I'll discuss a little bit. And then I'll offer some reflections as to whether, in fact, we are emerging into some kind of North American sustainable development framework and what that would look like. What are the challenges? What are some, maybe some optimistic points of the USMCA and the environment that maybe can help us figure out if, in fact, we can create some kind of framework to work on non-tariff barriers and regulatory measures from a regional perspective. So I'm actually, even though I've done a lot of work in the multilateral arena, I'm also very optimistic about the opportunities that regionalism can offer, particularly for more collaboration and cooperation on the regulatory side. So to the surprise of many, the USMCA not only retained many of the environmental provisions of the original NAFTA under the side agreement, but it also enhanced some of those protections. And so one of the questions that we ask is, why would the United States push so hard to enhance environmental protections under Chapter 24 of the USMCA and retain these protections that were already available? Of course, the answer is multifaceted. There are many political factors that play as well. But I do believe that this is part of a story in which the USMCA trade story that it was envisioned, right, or that it was part of, right? So, you know, Jim referred to deep integration. I think since 2013 to 2017, there were many big agreements that were being negotiated, some of which some folks have mentioned. The TPP was one of those, as well as the TTIP in Europe between the United States, which has not gone anywhere. But my time at the Max Planck in Heidelberg, you know, there was a lot of discussion about these negotiations, and particularly on the regulatory side as well as investment. And these types of mega regional agreements involved many countries, not just geographically close to countries, but also countries that had similar interests, such as the TPP. And they not only dealt with the diminution of tariffs, but they dealt with non-tariff barriers, so broad social policy areas. And this is sort of the trend that we've seen in regional trade agreements. So some of those broad social policy areas would include sections and chapters on e-commerce, enhanced intellectual property provisions, many provisions on labor and environment, but specific provisions on environment, for example, you know, on fisheries management, subsidies, fisheries subsidies, air pollution, and forest management, food safety, labeling schemes, enhanced TBT chapters, SPS chapters on the regional side, many of which were borrowing from what was happening on the committee work at the WTO, as Patty Day was referring to in the earlier panel, that are reflected in these regional trade agreements, and to some extent, energy. So the story of NAFTA, it was a line-marked regional trade agreement, as we all know, at the time in 1994. Not only would it bring a third of the GDP economy together, but it would also be the first to include an environmental and labor side agreement. So in a sense, drawing this link between environment and trade. It would become the model for the future of U.S. bilateral and trade agreements. And by the time that these discussions were underway in the NAFTA, there was already quite a bit of discussion happening multilaterally with respect to the importance of environment and the potential of environmental degradation as trade increased. And so we see on the international environmental side quite a few environmental agreements emerging in the 1970s, one of which is the CITES agreement on the trade of endangered species. It was the first GATT dispute that really brought trade and environment to light, the tuna dolphin dispute around the U.S. Mammal Marine Protection Act that protected dolphins from harmful fishing, purse seine net fishing of tuna. And this was mostly happening in the eastern tropical Pacific, and it impacted countries like Mexico, as well as some Central American countries, where the fishing was happening in this sort of way. This case was unsettling for a lot of environmentalists, and because it found the protection, the U.S. Regulation to be protectionist for trade. And it really led to other international environmental agreements and protocols and declarations, such as the Rio Declaration, which really set the pace for how we would think about trade and environment moving forward. It also created the precautionary principle in international law, and it encouraged states to cooperate in this open economic system that would also take into consideration environmental matters. So this first side NAFTA agreement, in accordance with what was happening at the GATT and WTO level, of course these were being negotiated around the same time. The WTO came into being at the same time that NAFTA came into being. This side agreement created what we call the submission enforcement mechanism process, which was the first time we had seen the opportunity for citizens or non-governmental organizations to bring a submission or a case before the commission. A commission was created, it sits in Montreal, for environmental cooperation on potential violations of domestic environmental regulations. So it did not include any type of enhancement of environmental protections, but it definitely wanted to allow parties to continue to enforce their own environmental regulations. This first version of sort of trade and environment protections had its inherent weaknesses that many have written about. It was not intended to raise environmental standards. It was vulnerable to political changes in government because of the makeup of the council and the commission. And it was very difficult to have a public record of a factual record of the events that were occurring or being alleged. However, it did create awareness. It created an avenue for transparency and awareness of environmental issues that were happening alongside sort of the trade issues that were happening in the NAFTA world. So in my view, it created an opportunity for dialogue among the parties around issues around environment. Now, moving to USMCA Chapter 24, many of those processes and provisions that were in the side agreement were formally incorporated into the trade agreement. This was a very important legal, political, and I would say cultural shift for trade and environment, because this basically said that environment, and the same happened on the labor side, is now part of the trade regime, if you will, and investment. And so formally bringing environmental issues into the fold of trade by changing its structure, I think had some political gravitas as well as cultural shifting in terms of how we think of these two areas. Most recently at the WTO, a high-level event, the Deputy Director General said that climate change is now being fully recognized as part of the WTO agenda. So we do see that sustainability issues, environmental issues, are definitely at the forefront of trade, no longer in the background of trade. The USMCA Chapter 24 adopted many of the TPP provisions, so several protections around fisheries and forest management and other areas. It kept the SCM process, but now it becomes easier for factual records to become public. So that is also an important shift. The other aspect that I want to touch upon just for a moment, because it's related to the Vaquita case, is that under Article 24.8, it recognizes several multilateral environmental agreements, some of which were also recognized in the original side agreement of NAFTA. However, there are the catalyst here are in two footnotes of the chapter. which basically create a presumption that if there is an environmental violation of one of these multilateral environmental agreements, there is also a trade and investment violation. Now, this shift is very important, I think, because it now allows for parties to bring a claim, a trade dispute, as well as an SEM investigation process against one of the parties of the USMCA for purported violations of a multilateral environmental agreement. So that now is creating a very, not only an important link between trade and environment, but a very important link between the regional framework of trade and environment and the multilateral one. And that, I think, is setting a very important trend moving forward. Now, quickly, the Vaquita case is first of its kind in the sense that now we have a similar case to the tuna dolphin in the sense that we're dealing with these cute little dolphins that much smaller than regular dolphins with these black eyes that are almost in extinction in the Gulf of California in the Baja Peninsula region. They only exist there. But it's a very unique case in the sense that there are many factors happening here. So there's illegal fishing, unlike in the U.S. Tuna dolphin situation. This is illegal fishing of the totoaba fish that live in the same habitat as the vaquitas. Some of that illegal fishing is for the bladders of these fish that go to Asia. So as you can imagine, China has also played a very big role here in terms of their fishermen that are maybe illegally fishing in this region, and these bladders going to Asia. And so the allegation under the SEM submission is that Mexico is failing to enforce its own regulations to protect the vaquitas that they had in place for several years, and then also they created some new ones in 2020 with respect to seizing, the gill nets that were capturing the totoabas that then the vaquitas were getting entangled in. But also, the claim is that they are in violations of the CITES agreement and their commitments there. Now, this complaint is under the Commission of Environmental Cooperation has decided, the Secretariat has decided that it should go to a factual record, so it is now in that process. But then, in February 10th, 2022, the USTR requested environmental consultations with Mexico pursuant to Article 29.9 regarding this case, not only claiming violations of the Multilateral Environmental Agreement of CITES, but also of several other provisions under Article 24, including fisheries management and others. There has been a recent joint statement after some outrage in Mexico about this, as well as some of the energy issues that are happening that I know my colleague Guillermo will talk about, and in which there was there was a meeting, obviously in Mexico now in September, of Blinken, as well as President Biden was there, and there was even talk that President López Obrador was going to leave the USMCA. But apparently they've come to some calming down in September 22nd of 2022, a joint statement from the Environmental Committee, which was another sort of innovation of the USMCA. They created this Environmental Committee, saying that there is trilateral cooperation for implementing Chapter 24, recognizing the need for complementary and avoid duplication with efforts underway by the CEC, enabling cooperative activities, and a discussion of circular economy and trade. So in my concluding remarks, in terms of thinking about a sustainable development governance framework, if we are seeing one emerge through the USMCA, this is where I think is the positive story to fragmentation and regionalism. The opportunity for regionalism is that it can be a laboratory for the multilateral. It can allow for more dialogue transnationally on areas of regulation, of areas of the environment. Now, why do we care so much about the vaquitas? Of course, they're very cute, and we do care about these species. But I think that how the countries handle this case is going to be very important for trade and for any kind of sustainability framework moving forward. So there are opportunities here for using the framework that the original NAFTA created and the USMCA has enhanced through the Commission of Environmental Cooperation as well as the Environmental Committee. We need more answers on the relationship between the Commission and the Environmental Committee and how that will play out moving forward. But there's definitely opportunities here for a transnational dialogue on regulation and non-tariff barriers, for harmonization and convergence, as well as addressing areas of SPS and TBT, which those chapters also create their own committees in the USMCA. So there's opportunities there for more dialogue. Now, one of the concerns here, of course, is that we're using trade remedies as environmental remedies. And this has some concerns for a lot of the reasons that we talked about in the first panel in terms of why would we want to use tariffs to pressure countries, especially if they're our allies, to do things that we would like for them to do. Well, obviously there might be some geopolitical reasons for that, but I do believe that if we are going to create some kind of governance framework in the sustainability area, we need more dialogue and more cooperation and more understanding between trade regulators and environmental regulators, which I think are coming at the problem from different perspectives, and they even use different language in terms of how do we understand protectionism and the usefulness of protectionism and social policy agendas. Finally, I would say energy is a very big piece of this, even though we have addressed it separately, and we tend to continue to address it separately from sort of the environmental piece. I think that in terms of sustainable development, we are shifting towards cleaner types of economies, cleaner types of forms of energy. We have a huge energy demand in the world, and so I think that energy also needs to be part of this framework and part of this discussion. And finally, well, will the WTO do the same? I don't know, but I do agree with Paride that I think that the committee work, the secretariat work at the WTO is very important. It should not be forgotten. And I think there's opportunities there for it to work with the committee work that's happening regionally. So with that, I will stop there, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Elizabeth and Guillermo.
So I know I was assigned a difficult task, not only because I'm following, great presentations by my colleagues, but also because I was assigned energy in the USMCA region, and we are in the energy mecca of the region here in Houston. So I know most of you either are connected to the energy industry, or at least bump into some energy lawyer from time to time, one of these amazing clubs, or even in this type of activity. So I really look forward to our conversation, because I know this is a place that energy goes back into the heart of the city. So when you look at the energy region, the energy sector in the USMCA region, you can actually find two stories, right? And this reminds me a bit of the famous book, A Tale of Two Cities, right? So it's up to you to decide whether this is Paris and the revolution is coming and heads are being chopped, or whether this is London and there's some anxiety happening, but we're still surviving and the monarchy is still here to stay. So let's go to the first story. So on the one hand, it seems to be that nationalism is rampant on both sides of the border. And this is not something that is happening only in Mexico. Most of you probably are familiar with what's happening in Mexico, but also in the United States, it's become harder and harder to build long-term energy infrastructure. So we have some states taking actions that are affecting trade agreements. We saw that in this state, particularly Texas, a couple of years ago, when the governor halted the export of natural gas to Mexico. That affected consumers back in Mexico. We saw that with the cancellation of the permits to the Canadian companies to bring Alberta tar sands into the United States. So it's not only a story about Mexico. We hear more about Mexico because it's the strongest one, or at least the most vitriolic one. But it's definitely not something that is happening in Mexico, only in the case of Mexico. But even if we want to take the Mexican case into heart, when we analyze what's happening in Mexico, the new administration of Andrés Manuel López Obrador has been discriminated, taking policies against private energy companies. There are some permits have been pending of issuance, especially by the independent regulatory commissions that are now being backed by supporters of the AMLO administration. So it's harder for the companies to expand existing infrastructure or to build new infrastructure. It's made it harder at them as well to them to import some gasoline products through some discriminatory policies. There's a new electricity bill that was passed that prioritizes the dispatch of state-owned utility company CFE electricity instead of the lower marginal cost source, which tends to be renewable energy in Mexico. And so there's also complicated domestic judicial proceedings that have been taking place, and I'm happy to go more into detail about those that for investors are like completely strange, and whether they're going to be, you have the Supreme Court saying that the actions by the Mexican government are unconstitutional, but still they remained alive, so they still have to go through domestic amparo proceedings. And so it's complicated just from the judicial point of view, whether those cases are going to be resolved in the domestic judiciary or not. The Ministry of Economy recently resigned, and that trickled down also to the team that was negotiating and enforcing the USMCA. So right now, all the government officials that negotiated the USMCA are out of the picture. The ones that were negotiating during the energy consultations with the US and Canada are out of the picture. So that also shows you important changes. So in many ways, and in Mexico, when you talk to people, they think that the consultations are being taking place. It's going to cost us close to $10 to $30 billion if eventually they end up, the US and Canada end up suspending benefits through the consultation process. So that's a revolution, right? That's parties. Revolution is here. Heads are falling apart, and basically the USMCA energy sector is going through the guillotine as we speak, being pushed through by the energy sector. So that's one story. The other story is the more optimistic story, right? So you talk to some people, they will say, well, actually the USMCA is doing what it's supposed to be doing, right? We might have some issues about the interpretation of the norms, but the institution, the dispute resolution bodies are operating. The US and Canada have initiated consultations, government officials are meeting, and as Elizabeth just explained, they're issuing statements, they're trying to resolve the dispute, and if it ends up in a panel, so what? The idea is that you have the dispute resolution mechanisms precisely to resolve those issues, as long as they stay in the system, as long as the doors are still open, and you are not contaminating the political agenda, the system is operating and working as it's supposed to be working. The same thing happens with the investors. The investors that are affected by the policies, some of them have initiated ISDS claims as stipulated in the treaty. So you have Talos Energy notifying a dispute. You have Monterra that was affected with their storage capacities in Tampico also initiating a dispute. Other investors have filed their investment disputes, and those are being processed, and the panels are, they're trying to resolve the issue, and at some point there's going to be an award coming out, right? So no surprise there. This is why we have these resolution mechanisms, and the system is operating exactly as it's supposed to be operating. So this is the London stability approach, right? There's nothing here to see as long as the partners just keep trading and the politics are stepping aside. The USMCA is actually achieving what it's supposed to be achieving. And even if you talk to some companies, like let's say TransCanada or Sempra Energy, they were forced to renegotiate their contracts with the AMLO administration, but they are still in Mexico. And they are signing new deals with the Mexican government, right? They're still figuring out ways of doing business, even in this environment. So again, those are examples that are being thrown out there. My argument is that the USMCA, of course, the text is really at the heart of these two stories, right? It was the partners' conscious decision not to have a common and consistent energy policy, right? They took away the energy chapter from the treaty. We don't have an energy chapter. Right, big complication. We don't have a consistent North American energy policy, both in Canada, the United States, and Mexico. We used to have stronger high-level dialogues in the energy sector, that those are out of the picture, right? The treaty regulates energy in different ways. I mean, energy is still part of the conversation in the treaty. Even though we don't have a chapter, we have several chapters that touch on energy. So for example, we have chapter 6, that does include the export and import permits for hydrocarbons and petrochemicals into Mexico. They have to be done in a non-discriminatory way, so that impacts the energy sector. Of course, we have chapters 14 Annex E that gives a special ISDS protection to those companies that sign contracts with the Mexican government in the hydrocarbon sector and in the power electricity sector, so those are protected. Of course, we have chapter 32 as well that connects the USMCA to other trade agreements, especially the CPTPP, where Mexico pledged not to take more restrictive measures than the one adopted in the Mexican Energy Reform of 2013. So there is still a connection there. So by breaching the rules and changing the rules to more restrictive rules, Mexico would be breaching the USMCA as well. Of course, you have Chapter 4. That was an important part for the Canadians because the rules of origins got flexibilized for crude oil and petrochemicals. So now you can actually use more diluents and still be considered part of the USMCA region. And you have Chapter 22 that also includes rules, especially for state-owned enterprises and designated monopolies, and the agencies that interact with them, they cannot benefit the state-owned entities in a non-commercial way, right? So they cannot discriminate against the foreign investors for the benefit of Pemex or CFE. So those are included there, and of course, Chapter 24, right? The idea that now we have sustainable development included in the treaty, and all these multilateral agreements that are signed of it. Now, there's no mention of climate change in the treaty. There's no mention of the Paris Climate Agreement. There's no mention about reduction of carbon emissions. But at least sustainable development, it is mentioned in the treaty, and I think that is an advancement, and that also touches. But at the same time, we have some provisions in the treaty that gives a false perception that at least Mexico can do more in terms of renegotiating the contracts, and that's Chapter 8. And CJ is going to probably tell, if you want to know more, you can ask him why the Chapter 8 came out as it is. But it's a recognition of Mexico's sovereign right to develop its hydrocarbon sector as it fits according to its own constitution, right? Without prejudice of the rights of the other parties in the treaty. But it's there, right? So it gives the sense, it sends the message that Mexico still has control, at least on the hydrocarbon sector, according to the Mexican president, includes the whole energy sector. But it gives that perception. And then, of course, you have the essential security interest exceptions that could be triggered at any point. Because if you think about it from the Mexican perspective, and their policy that is termed as energy sovereignty, energy security, it is at the heart, this sector is at the heart of the way the government operates, right? 30% at least, well, 30, now it's been going down, but traditionally it's always around 30% of the government budget revenues comes from the oil and gas industry, right? It comes from this sector. You shut it down, it affects them. Right now, Mexico depends on natural gas from Texas, but specifically. 60% of its electricity is being produced through natural gas. You shut down those pipelines and you shut down the Mexican economy. So when you talk about the energy sector of the Mexicans, this is an essential security interest. Right? This is no just hotel being built. And so security exception is something that it could trigger. And I can see, you see the Mexican energy reform, the constitutional reform, they're all framed around the concept of energy sovereignty and energy security. So you can't really just take them out. But so why is this problematic? Why should we care about this? Well, I think, not having an integrated energy policy or a clear energy policy for the region makes it harder for North America, this includes the United States, Mexico, and Canada, but particularly the United States, to face outside challenges. Right? Think about just happening in the Ukraine and Russia crisis. We saw the President of the United States talking about taking away, talking with the Saudis, talking with the Venezuelans, right, lifting some sanctions on Venezuela to get more crude oil out. Why weren't they talking to the Canadians? Why weren't they talking to the Mexicans, your closest partners in the region? No, we have to find oil somewhere else, and that complicates the geopolitical aspects of the energy sector in the region because we don't have a common energy agenda. The same thing comes with the energy transition and achieving the sustainable development goals. Can we actually build an energy policy where we can actually ensure that the companies that are producing, the auto companies that are producing, they can actually achieve their ESG goals? Right now we can't, right? Because if Mexico still relies on more fuel oil for electricity production, it's going to be very hard for the US companies opening shop in Mexico to be able to comply with those pledges, right? So again, there are also opportunities to do business, right? Mexico could actually help, and there are some deals in place, for the Texas natural gas companies to export natural gas to the Asian markets through LNG terminals. It's easier, this is a funny thing when you talk to the companies, it's easier to build a pipeline from Texas all the way to the Mexican Pacific coast than to try to build one that crosses Arizona, New Mexico, and gets to California and you export. Think about it. There are more market opportunities for those kind of deals through Mexico than it is through US territory. The same thing comes to power lines. It's easier to build power lines that cross Mexico and brings electricity into California than it is to actually try to do it across state lines. Same thing, we have enormous advantages in northern Mexico when it comes to solar capacity. We can build solar capacity that can export electricity to the Californian grid and help California with its challenges. But we're not talking about these things, right? What we're talking about is the conflicts, what we're talking about is the challenges, but the opportunities are there. So Mexico and the United States need to put down and sit down, and Canada have to sit down and come up with a common energy policy, maybe a treaty, or at least an agenda that can set up this like we can actually benefit from a more North American integrated region. And with that, I will leave my comments, and I look forward to any questions and comments from the audience.
Thank you very much, Guillermo. I'll take advantage of the, we're going to open it to a Q&A session with you, so please start drafting your questions. But talking about opportunities, I hear a lot of optimism about North America, and as someone who watches Mexico very closely, I sometimes err on the side of pessimism because of what's going on politically in Mexico, and you have to trudge along every morning press conference of the president and figure out what exactly he's thinking. But there's another, because I'm writing another paper that will eventually join these papers on the issue of labor markets and the TN visa. I mean, it's kind of unique for a treaty to include a chapter on labor integration. But that's, I think, and I'd like Jim and whoever wants to comment on that, the TN visa is a specific North American-based visa for Canadians and Mexicans and Americans. It's a renewable visa. There are no caps to them. But it's limited to 25 professions: scientists, engineers, professors, researchers, and such. I think this was another wasted opportunity, an opportunity to expand those 25 professions that are listed in the agreement. Originally, NAFTA and the USMCA kept that, to expand it to many other, even technical skills, so that we could slowly begin to take care of the immigration problem through an orderly, legal, and trilateral framework of labor market integration. Do you have any comments on that, Jim? I'd like to hear, and of course I'll quote you on my paper if you say something that I use. But I thought that was another wasted opportunity, and I think it should have been a chapter that should have been more closely looked at and expanded, because it was a great opportunity to slowly bring another area into coordination among all three countries.
So if you have a petition, I'm ready to sign it. I think part of the problem is that in the U.S. we've become so swept up in this rhetoric about, Mexico sending all these, people to us that we don't want, that it's become very difficult to address the immigration issue. The immigration issue is a wedge issue for politicians that are trying to gain advantage over their opponents. It's very difficult to address it. But if you look at it from a common sense perspective, right, I agree with you completely, Tony. I mean, I live in California. We have forest fires. They cannot find enough people to fight the fires. This is a big problem. And yet we could be allowing Mexican citizens in on temporary work visas or in some other form, a TN visa or something that would solve that problem. There are so many other problems. We all know, you all know, you live here. I don't know the labor market in Texas, but I assume that there's a lot of sectors saying we can't find enough people, and this could address that. I don't know why it wasn't included, but I assume that it's because of the politics of migration has become so contentious that we all need to begin to try to figure out how to reshape that national narrative. Because that national narrative that we have in the U.S., it's a U.S. problem. That national narrative is really harming our self-interest. And it's also, creating all kinds of other problems for particularly Mexicans, but I assume for Canadians as well. This is a big issue, and it's I don't know, precisely how you address this. If I did, I would tell you, but
is this one of those treaties in which you begin to address environmental issues, energy, integration issues, labor markets through a trade agreement? So it's kind of odd, as Elizabeth, I think, put it, right?
If I could add one other comment. I mean, there's a bunch of areas between U.S.-Mexico-Canadian relations where we need institutional mechanisms for addressing the problems. So we do this in the most, I think, successful way, in spite of its problems, in the case of shared water resources. So with the IBWC, the International Boundary and Water Commission, we have a Mexican section and a U.S. section, and it's bureaucratic, it operates too slow, it doesn't have enough money, all the normal problems, but at least it's an institutionalized mechanism through which we can sit down and address problems. Immigration is another area where we need that type of intergovernmental organization. We need it in, the flow of drugs, the flow of illegal arms. There's a whole bunch of intractable problems that we're just not talking about because we don't have a mechanism really to address it consistently in a way that's not just ad hoc for the moment, but is institutionalized.
Meredith?
Yeah, I've written about the reasons that the temporary entry chapter didn't go anywhere in USMCA, and it really is the Americans. And so there's a long and old story about this. So when the United States had TPA, Trade Promotion Authority, to sign agreements, I believe it was with Singapore and Chile, but I could be wrong. It was some relatively small agreements. A decision, Congress was very activist around this, and a decision was made at that time that while they would allow the temporary entry provisions in those agreements to proceed, no U.S. free trade agreement would ever again contain migration measures. And so that is basically the bottom line. For Canada, we have, and I think, I don't want to speak for Mexico, but certainly in TPP negotiations, we really wanted to see a greater opening up. And one of the things that we pursued with other countries in TPP was what we call a negative list approach, meaning any range of occupations could come in unless they were on a list of occupations that couldn't. So physicians, regulated health professionals, teachers, basically all the protectionist unionized working groups that you can think of are on a negative list, but then who is the Canadian government signing a trade agreement in 2015 to decide what the market might want in 2024, and so that's why we went with this negative list approach. Canada has, and I think it's 63 professions that are listed under NAFTA. And it's a weird list. It's this weird list of things that were wanted in the late 80s, early 90s. So I think what was agreed under USMCA was just that we would kind of let sleeping dogs lie and leave that chapter alone in the interest of preserving it. I think there was a real fear that the entire chapter would go, and those 63 professions would also be gone if we didn't go with it. But Canada has undertaken a number of reforms around temporary entry itself, in part because of watching what's happened with the H-1B visa in the United States. And we have a number of accelerated visa programs now where professionals in certain occupations can arrive in Canada within a month. And so things are looking a little bit better for us, but it's something that we've undertaken unilaterally.
Thank you. We have about 8 minutes left, so we can take a few questions, and then, because I don't want to stand between you and lunch, so, but we have a few minutes. So anybody has a question? Okay, yeah. Ian.
Yeah, if you'll allow one panelist to ask another panelist a question. And this is also indulging me as an ag trade economist, so I wanted to ask Meredith, because she didn't really speak about it for very long, and this is the dairy tariff rate quotas. For those of you who don't follow, these are very Kafkaesque policy instruments. I have a paper I wrote back in the early 90s. I still don't understand my own paper about TRQs. But the question I have is, none of these so a tariff rate quota, you have an over-quota tariff, you have a quota which is not actually a binding quota, it's a minimum amount of market access, and you have an in-quota tariff. So the in-quota tariffs are very close to about zero, they're not very large. The quotas rarely fill, and the over-quota tariffs were averaging, over 200%, if I remember rightly, for cheddar cheese, milk. What's the point of an instrument where the quota never fills, two of the instruments don't bind, and if I remember Jeffrey Frankel's numbers on this, if you looked at the actual value of dairy trade between the United States and Canada, there are so many zeros that you'd have to put after the decimal point to show you how unimportant this trade actually is. So I'm asking, I'm being rather provocative here, but what is the point? And just a reminder, the United States has a dairy TRQ. TRQs are incredibly protectionist instruments and just allow for rent-seeking behavior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think the bottom line and what's of most interest to general audiences is understanding why, not so much why Canada is so protectionist, but why we've behaved the way that we have on quota allocation. And so we only negotiated about 3.5% of our domestic dairy market access to the United States through USMCA. That was the identical number that we negotiated in TPP that never happened because the United States withdrew. So in fact, Canada didn't really make much of a concession at all other than what the United States knew it could already pocket from Obama era negotiations. Having said that, Canada has also negotiated similar amounts of market access with other trade partners recently through TPP, through our agreement with Europe. And so what you're beginning to see is Canada very much on the margins of what our supply managed system can continue to bear. I know that an overall amount of 10% of market access, you think, well, you've still got 90%, but that's not actually how we keep all of the stools, the legs of our stool balanced in our supply management system, and 10% actually is quite likely you'll see the whole stool collapse. And so the way that we've allocated quota, I think, is actually not in good faith, and is an attempt to try to continue to keep foreign dairy products out of Canada by, to Patty's comment earlier, the more difficult language you see around claims of transparency, perhaps the more attempts to be opaque about how we're really doing things. And so I actually think that that's kind of the nub of what you see.
Any other questions? Yeah, here, and then here, Ed.
Thank you. Thanks for the comments. I'm Khalil Garbi. I'm with Microsoft in Washington, D.C. My question is mainly on Mexico energy, but really gets to the overall investment climate. And, I think as American companies broadly are being impacted, and it's not just the energy sector, because Microsoft, like many other companies, is focused on purchases of renewable energy and meeting its sustainability goals. So, I think my main question is, the thinking in DC is, we have to make it to the end of AMLO's term. And,
Right.
that's just, but I wonder, just given how familiar I am with overly simplistic takes on US politics, is that really it? How deep of, an attraction is there to ideas about energy sovereignty or other limits on foreign investment in Mexico? When you look at the politics, what do you see?
Let me add, I'll direct this question to you, Guillermo, but let me add a couple of additional points that I want you to comment on. One is, what's the difference between sovereignty and security? Because to me, sovereignty is you produce everything even if it costs a lot more. And security is you secure your supplies even if you import them. So to me, they're two different things. And I think in the Mexican case, there's a lot of confusion about sovereignty and security and energy security. So I'd like you to speak to that. And the other issue is, isn't Mexico kind of shooting itself in the foot in a way by being protectionist in terms of the energy sector? Because if there's going to be a lot of reshoring from China, look, Mexico is a natural location, but if it doesn't have the electricity because the electricity utility or the hydrocarbon sector are going to monopolize that, and the government doesn't really have the capital to invest in the expansion of the sector, then there's going to be a bottleneck in production, and companies are going to say, no thanks, we can't go there because you just don't have the electricity or the energy supply. So what is going on here in Mexico?
So I actually have a paper coming out in the Boston College Law Review that's called "In the Name of Energy Sovereignty." So I'm going to send it to you. But the jinx is, so it is different from the perspective of the Mexican government. Energy sovereignty, and it's hard to define, you have to really dig into what they're trying to achieve here. It's not about securing the flow of energy products into Mexico, like making sure there's electricity production or there's gasoline coming in. It's about government control. And here I would distinguish between government control and state control, because there are two different things. So right now, the energy sector is regulated through state entities. So you have the National Regulatory Commission, the Energy Regulatory Commission, you have the National Hydrocarbons Commission, you have the ASEA. So you have certain constitutionally created agencies that are supposed to be technical and independent and make decisions according to certain principles. Many of them have market-oriented principles, competition, allowing competition of private actors, and also the state-owned entities to participate in competition, right? That's why they are state entities. In the government's perspective, the government, this is the political entities, have to have more control. You cannot let the independent agencies decide important questions when it comes to the energy sector. So in their view, they have to regain control into the political entities, mainly the Ministry of Energy and CFE, the state-owned, in this case, the state-owned entities as well, CFE and Pemex. Mm-hmm. They are the ones who have to have control on the sector. Now, private actors can still participate, but they have to participate under their terms set up by them, not by the independent regulatory agencies, not by market principles, not by competition principles. So you want to do business with CFE, you have to chip in CFE into the deal. Right, and that's how TC Energy and Sempra were able to remain in Mexico. They gave 15%, and TC Energy ended up giving 15% participation to CFE on the pipelines, right? So you bring them into the equation, you give them opportunities. Now, it's easier to bring them into the equation when you're not competing with them. And I think that is the challenge with electricity production, right? Because electricity generators are competing with CFE. Building energy infrastructure is easier to bring, to invite them to partner up. But when you're completely directly competing with them, that's a different story. So energy sovereignty, again, it's not only about securing energy resources. It's not about producing it nationally anymore, because we all know Pemex bought 50% of Deer Park, the refinery here in the U.S. You're still importing gasoline. It's being now refined exclusively by Pemex, but it's still coming from outside. So it's not only about insulating. Even with Dos Bocas, they know that they need to import some level of gasoline, but it's about having the control. Now that immediately chills out investment, right? Because if you don't have clear rules to invest, and you're going to be doing side-by-side deals with CFE that are not transparent, we don't know what the terms are going to be, it's going to be individualized, it really takes away market incentives to go down in Mexico for these long-term sunken cost investments, right? So I think that is the challenges. And I agree with you. Mexico, in many ways, as a Mexican and as a scholar in the sector, they are asking too much from CFE and Pemex. They're going to break those two companies, right? And that the debt is going to be assumed by the Mexican government and by the Mexican population to taxpayers.
But it's interesting that the current state-to-state consultations are really about investment protection, the investment protection chapter, rather than anything related to energy. So maybe what Elizabeth said was kind of interesting, because you're having to use different chapters to fight issues that the agreement doesn't explicitly address, i.e. energy, right?
Right. Well, in the case of the consultation, one of the interesting, just from a little bit more theoretical perspective, this is the first time the United States government has actually espoused investors' claims in a way. Most of the consultations were about other sectors of the other parts of the agreement, even during NAFTA. But this is the first time that they're actually alleging breaches to Chapter 14, that it's supposed to be an investor-state dispute resolution mechanism where those complaints should be funneled, right? How is that going to impact the investors' claims if they eventually want to bring a claim? So, for example, if a panel interprets the national treatment standard in a way, how is that going to be binding to the future ISDS claims brought by the investors? That's one of the big questions. Even though there is no set precedent in investment law, investment tribunals are always looking at each other's cases and trying to be consistent, right? So that is one of the questions that happen. What happens if the U.S. reaches an agreement with Mexico? How are they going to transfer, like any sort of compensation? Is that going to be transferred then to the investors, or is it going to be remain through tariffs? There's a suspension of benefits. How are the investors still going to be benefiting? I mean, there are all these interesting questions that are happening that we've never faced before, right? Partly is because the investors have decided to ride a wave. Like when you ask the most of the energy investors, why haven't you bring an ISDS claim? The most common answer is, we're waiting to see who stays in power. We're waiting to see whether AMLO is going to be able to control whoever is going to come out from Morena, because there are two big candidates there. You have the mayor of Mexico City, and you have Marcelo Ebrard from the Ministry of Foreign Relations, who seems to be a little bit more pragmatic. And so the companies are trying to figure out whether there's going to be more pragmatism in the new administration, or whether we're going to have a double down of nationalism, and whether AMLO is going to be still going to be able to control the new presidency. Yeah. But they could bring their ISDS claims, but they haven't done it. The only case, it's Talos that they notified it, but it's Talos is a little bit different because it doesn't involve most of the policies. And you have Montera, the case that involved the storage facilities in Tampico.
Elizabeth, you have the last word.
No, I just wanted to add to that so the supposition that if there's an environmental violation, there's a trade violation. It says that it's also trade and investment violation, right? Yeah. So they are sort of merging these two. And I've asked myself that question as well. Why are they choosing to go the avenue of trade, not investment? I think your answer makes a lot of sense. But I also wonder if it's also testing out the functionality of the USMCA. There's a much more sort of consistent jurisprudence around how to deal with regulations and regulated industries in the WTO jurisprudence around sort of national treatment and exceptions around that in MFN than there is in the ISD environment, right? The ISDS environment. And so, and there actually, and I did a paper of this many, many years ago, showing that actually, if you compare, many of these cases were brought at the same time. So high fructose corn syrup, for example, which was not about energy, but it was a case that was brought both as a trade case and an investment case at the same time. And it was interesting to see sort of how the results came out, but also the interpretation of these provisions. And in the investment side, there's much more deference to domestic regulatory and agency sort of expertise and processes than there is on the trade side. So I'm curious as to whether there might be some, maybe I'm supposing that the government knows way more about these, how to interpret these provisions than I think, but that I wonder from a theoretical perspective if there's some of that happening where there is a sort of a strategy here to test the chapter and think that the trade dispute is a stronger dispute because it has a gravitas because of this long history of WTO jurisprudence that perhaps investment, which has much more of a patchwork, does not. I'm curious if that might play into it. I also had a question about China, but I don't know if we have time, in terms of China's interest in Mexico's energy sector. And because as you know, they're not only interested in Mexico, but all throughout Latin America. And so whether that may play into some of this dynamic as well.
Yeah, we can have a conversation later, or you can address it with the panelists. We're going to have 20 minutes for lunch. You can grab lunch outside, come back in, and then 20 minutes into lunch, David will come up and introduce our keynote. So towards the end of the lunch, we begin our keynote, and then we end our day activity. So thank you for staying with us, and we'll see you in 20 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to get started with introducing our keynote speaker. I'm not going to take much time because you want to listen to him, not to me. Mr. Mahoney is an American attorney. He's currently the Deputy General Counsel at Microsoft, and he deals, among other things, with Azure and a number of other high-tech areas. What's more important to us is that prior to that time, he was the Deputy United States Trade Representative dealing with investment, services, labor, environment, Africa, China, and the Western Hemisphere, including Mexico and Canada and the USMCA. I think it is interesting to note that he was unanimously confirmed by the U.S. Senate for that position, which is something that doesn't happen very often under either Democratic or Republican administrations. Prior to that time, he's a Harvard and Yale graduate. He clerked for Anthony Kennedy on the Supreme Court. He was a lawyer with Williams and Connolly. So he brought a wealth of experience not only to the USTR, but obviously to Microsoft as well. So please welcome our speaker.
Well, thank you very much, David. And I'll just make two quick clarifications. One is that although I work for Microsoft, I'm here in my own personal capacity as a trial lawyer who got mixed up in trade and with Bob Lighthizer. And secondly, I saw in the marketing materials I was referred to as the chief negotiator of USMCA. As deputy USTR, I oversaw the negotiations, but I must note that chief negotiator was a title that was held by a guy named John Melly, who was one of the really one of the fantastic public servants that we have at USTR. John is now enjoying a very well-deserved retirement, but I wanted to make sure to note that. In any event, it's a great honor to have been invited to speak at an institution that's named for someone who I really think is one of America's greatest living statesmen. I'll start by telling my one Jim Baker anecdote, which those who attended the dinner last night are going to hear for the second time. But part of the NAFTA lore that is told around the water coolers of USTR is the story about how we ended up with the infamous Chapter 19 in the U.S.-Canada Free Trade Agreement, which set up a special tribunal to handle anti-dumping cases. At one point in the negotiations, so the story goes, then Secretary of the Treasury Jim Baker got frustrated, slammed his hand on the table and told the Canadians, fine, you can have your, insert colorful adjective, dispute settlement system. Well, in USMCA, we hoped that we'd be able to best Baker. This thing had been carried over into NAFTA, and we thought we could finally kill Chapter 19 forever. We tried, but the Canadians, in a histrionic and somewhat un-Canadian fashion, insisted that there was going to be civil unrest in Canada. People were going to be throwing themselves out of buildings if we changed one word of Chapter 19. These were very tedious conversations. And as a result, the Canadians wore us down. We folded. We told the Canadians, fine, you can have your dispute settlement system, slammed our hand on the table, and used the same colorful Texas adjective that Baker had used 30 years earlier to describe the dispute settlement system. But on the topic of this conference, my mind turns to another distinguished former Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger. In the late 1990s, Kissinger penned an important book with a provocative title, Does America Need a Foreign Policy? The answer to that question seems obvious today, but at the time it did not. The Soviet Union was dead and buried. America's position as the largest and most dynamic economy in the world was unchallenged. Americans of this era could get rich off the dot-com boom, listen to Dave Matthews, and worry little about our place in the world. I think Kissinger's question is relevant today, although in a slightly rephrased form. Does America still need a trade policy? Of course, the circumstances in which I pose this question are far different from when Kissinger posed his. In the 1990s, we were told history had ended, democracy and free market capitalism had won, and America's trade policy very much reflected this zeitgeist. We thought the world was on a steady march toward universal acceptance of free markets and free trade, and that strong multilateral institutions like the WTO would show us the way. In some sense, we didn't need a trade policy. Wilsonian idealism was sufficient, and we could safely put trade policy on autopilot or in the hands of experts. Now we're in a very different era. Great power competition is back, so is territorial conquest. Technologies we thought would spread democracy have bolstered autocrats abroad and sown divisions at home. In this environment, the appetite for new trade agreements is low in the United States, and there is growing appetite worldwide for the very things U.S. policymakers fought against for the better part of 70 years, particularly subsidies and domestic content requirements. So in this environment, do we need a trade policy? And by that, I mean a policy whereby we negotiate trade agreements with other countries that reduce trade barriers and promote U.S. commercial interests abroad. I'll end the suspense by answering yes. But I don't think the answer or the reasons for it are obvious, especially to voters. And the trade policy of the 1990s will no longer suffice. Security concerns, economic realities, and yes, domestic politics have made that policy politically unsustainable and in some respects, practically obsolete. What we need, in my view, is a policy that is less ideological and more pragmatic. The trade equivalent not of Wilson's liberalism, but of Kissinger's realism. This policy would resemble neither the protectionism of the 1930s nor the idealism of the 1990s. It would be closer to the policy the United States followed from 1947 when we entered the GATT to 1995 when we entered the WTO. These were not dark ages. The period was one of gradual trade liberalization brought about by trade agreements. Yet policymakers retained flexibility to take action when the national interest demanded it. That's not to say they got every call right. We still debate the effectiveness of things like the Nixon shock, Reagan's voluntary export restraints, and Jim Baker's Plaza Accords. But in the span of history, this was a relatively stable period in the international trading system, and trade itself was largely depoliticized. The first step in crafting a realist trade policy is to be honest with the American people about what trade agreements can achieve and what they cannot. The traditional sales pitch for trade agreements goes something like this. Lower tariffs open up foreign markets for U.S. exports, which in turn create U.S. jobs. That may have been true in an earlier era, but it's mostly untrue today. Not entirely untrue, but mostly. The reason is that global tariff rates are extremely low by historic standards. According to the World Bank, the weighted average tariff globally is a mere 2.6%, down from 8.6% in 1994 and significantly down from the immediate post-war era when, depending on how one calculates it, the global rate was somewhere between 20 and 40%. In the United States, the weighted average tariff is lower still. Even during the reign of Tariff Man, our weighted average tariff was only 2.85% in 2019 and 1.3% for imports from countries other than China. Yes, the trade weighting obscures the picture a bit. Where tariff spikes do exist, however, they do so because of deep political sensitivities. Those that remain have now outlasted 8 multilateral rounds of trade negotiations since 1947. Moreover, given that the U.S. market effectively is already wide open, we have little to trade in exchange for the elimination of meaningful tariffs elsewhere. And even when we succeed in eliminating whatever meaningful tariff barriers to U.S. exports remain, that doesn't necessarily mean we would actually export more. We still have to compete with countries with far lower wages and less stringent environmental standards, and we have to overcome the persistent drag of the dollar. I don't mean to say there is no export upside remaining for the United States. There is, particularly in agricultural products. And I don't mean to suggest that our own tariff schedule is sacrosanct. But as a means of boosting exports in a meaningful macroeconomic sense, tariff reduction is a tactic that is mostly played out. What about standard setting? You often hear foreign policy mavens in particular arguing that the U.S. needs to do more trade agreements so we can write the rules. There's some truth in this, but again, I think the point is oversold. Many commentators talk about trade rules as if they were akin to setting the gauge on a railroad track. If we don't write the rules, so the argument goes, other countries will, and our trains won't fit on the tracks. Well, the kinds of international standards that operate in this way are, for the most part, technical standards. Technical standards either aren't covered in trade agreements or are covered at such a high level of generality as to be of little practical value. The standards that govern 5G communications are a good example. These are set not by trade agreements, but by international standards bodies. Those bodies are extremely important, and the U.S. should be actively engaged in them, but they have nothing to do with trade agreements. Then there's the case for consumers. There is no question that lower tariffs mean cheaper imports, which can improve standards of living, at least as economists measure that concept. But again, with our tariffs already so low, I question how much further tariff reduction would actually be felt by the American people. It certainly wouldn't address the main drivers of inflation today, which is in things like gas, utilities, groceries, airline tickets, healthcare, and housing, which are things we either don't import or don't tariff. And taking a step back, I think the consumption rationale for trade agreements is to some extent an overplayed anachronism. I fully accept that repeal of the protectionist boogeymen of old, like the Corn Laws in Britain or the Smoot-Hawley tariffs, made the necessities of life easier for working people to acquire. But when I look across the great expanse of the America of 2022, when obesity is our largest public health problem, and we have reality TV shows about hoarders, underconsumption is just not something that bothers me. The modern version of Oliver Twist, "May I please have another iPhone," just doesn't tug at my heartstrings in the same way as the Victorian original. You can ask my children. Finally, there's the argument that trade agreements can advance U.S. foreign policy goals. My own view is that in the world in which we live, it's impossible to completely divorce trade policy from foreign and national security policy. But especially in light of the epic foreign policy failures our country has experienced in recent years in Iraq and Afghanistan, arguing the United States should make trade concessions to achieve vague foreign policy goals is just a losing proposition politically. So, just to reassure everybody, I've given you what I think considered to be the weaknesses in the case for trade. Now I'm going to get to the strengths. One place where I think trade agreements remain quite relevant, and could be more so, is in fostering the development of regional value chains. In a post-COVID world beset with political tensions, companies are looking for ways to relocate supply chains to jurisdictions that are friendlier to the United States and closer to consumers. This has sparked great interest among policymakers, including diehard free traders like Janet Yellen, in so-called friendshoring. Yet at least so far, there's a yawning gap between Washington's enthusiasm for friendshoring and policies that would achieve it. So how can trade agreements promote friendshoring? To answer this question, I would start with what's probably been the most successful example of the sectoral value chain built on the back of a trade agreement. That, of course, is the North American auto industry. Trade accounts for nearly a fourth of North American trade, and our auto supply chain is arguably the envy of the world. What made it so? Well, obviously geographic proximity is important and essential, but I would point to two other factors. One is meaningful external tariffs, at least in the United States, the country where most of the cars produced in North America are sold. The U.S. has a 25% tariff on trucks, and while our 2.5% MFN tariff on cars is not high by global standards, it is not insignificant when considering the low margins that auto companies make on most passenger vehicles. In short, these relatively high tariff walls mean there is real value to being inside the garden. The second critical factor are tight rules of origin. You heard Professor Gerber talk about this morning. Rules of origin are sometimes cast as protectionist. They can certainly go too far, but they are necessary to prevent free riding, which in turn interferes with trade and destroys political support for trade agreements. Again, at least from the perspective of the United States, it makes very little sense to allow Mexico or Canada to import the automotive equivalent of an IKEA assembly kit from China, Korea, or Germany, assemble the parts, and then call it a North American vehicle. Weak rules of origin certainly are no way to promote secure and resilient supply chains if they promote dependencies on unreliable trading partners. In USMCA, we further tightened the rules of origin and eliminated loopholes in the NAFTA rules to increase investment in auto investment in North America. Whether we succeeded is something that only history will be able to prove right or wrong. But if you look at the amount of auto investment that has been announced in North America since 2017, I'd say we're off to a good start. So based on this experience, how would we go about trying to recreate something resembling the North American auto supply chain in other sectors, say semiconductors, critical minerals, telecommunications and computer equipment, and PPE? It comes down to carrots, sticks, or some combination of both. Sticks in the form of domestic content requirements or common external tariffs, carrots in the form of joint subsidies, perhaps through an expanded North American development bank. Now, just to be quite clear, there are downsides to all of these policies. And as someone who is mostly a free market Republican, I'm not programmed to love any of them. But if you think it's important that the United States lessen our dependence on countries whose interests conflict with our own, and if you lack confidence that market forces alone will achieve this result, then a carrots and or sticks approach to friendshoring is our best and perhaps only option. Another areas where trade agreements have and will continue to have great importance is in the areas of digital trade and advanced technology. The U.S. tech sector, for all of its shortcomings and problems, is our country's most valuable asset. No country in the world has anything like it. Our economic vitality and national security depend on it. But our global dominance in this space is not guaranteed. Developing advanced semiconductors, cloud computing networks, advanced AI models, and the like are enormously expensive. To earn a return sufficient to justify these investments, our technology companies need scale. And China, with its size and population, has an inherent advantage over the United States in this regard. But if you add the population of the United States and our allies, our combined populations reach China. I therefore think that ensuring that U.S. tech companies have access to a tech ecosystem that includes at least the world's advanced democracies must be a major priority for U.S. trade policy. Now, in theory, we can use trade agreements to secure and leverage this key comparative advantage. But the barriers U.S. tech companies face overseas are not tariffs, nor are they traditional non-tariff barriers. The biggest barriers that we face these days are in things like privacy and cybersecurity regulations. For the most part, these are things that are not covered in trade agreements. They're either covered at a very high level or are subject to sweeping exceptions. The impediment to more meaningful digital trade agreements, however, is not USTR's unwillingness to negotiate. It's Congress's desire to retain the policy space to legislate in these areas. I think it would be in the interest of the United States to negotiate a high-standard plurilateral agreement with close allies and partners on all of these issues. But until Congress updates our own digital regulatory infrastructure, we're just not in a position to do so. But regulatory inaction isn't the only thing holding us back. I'd like to conclude by mentioning three more quickly. Outdated rules, obstacles in Congress, and plain old obstinates. One of the key tenets of the global trading system is most favored nation treatment, or MFN. The idea is that if you were a party to the GATT or now to the WTO, you are entitled to receive the best treatment any member extends to any other member. MFN made sense in the Cold War. Our chief global adversary, the Soviet Union, was not a member of GATT. And it made sense in the immediate aftermath of the post-Cold War era as well, when we had no peer competitors and thought the world was on the path to a free trade utopia and perpetual peace. But in the world as it is, the notion that the United States must have the same trading relationship with a WTO member like, say, Russia, as we have with the United Kingdom, is, in a word, absurd. And in fact, MFN has become a rule that is mostly observed in the breach. The US and the EU increasingly rely on the essential security exception to restrict trade with adversaries, and we all extend more favorable treatment to friends through free trade agreements. The system has become multilateral in name only. Yet hollowed out as it is, MFN remains and imposes constraints on US trade policy by limiting the kinds of agreements the United States and its allies and partners can pursue outside of the WTO. We can't provide preferential market access to allies without doing so for substantially all trade, and we're limited in the kinds of plurilateral deals we can do with like-minded countries, at least outside of the services context. Now on to Congress. Now, perhaps I should feel bad for taking a whack at an easy target, but in fact, my own experience working with Congress was surprisingly positive. But the reality for any administration is that it is harder to get trade agreements through Congress than it is to negotiate them in the first place. This is an enormous obstacle to the development of trade policy. An administration can either go for broke, knowing you are likely to face congressional opposition and possible failure. TPP is a cautionary tale in this regard. You can try to do agreements without Congress, which by legal necessity must be less ambitious and will have less staying power, or you can do nothing. In theory, Trade Promotion Authority was supposed to solve this problem, but it hasn't worked in practice. Finally, there is obstinate thinking among what I will call the trade policy industrial complex, a network of former government officials, congressional staff, think tanks, academics, and trade associations. Now, I don't mean that pejoratively, and I realize that many of you are members in good standing. This includes a number of very smart, patriotic Americans with an unrivaled depth of experience in trade policy. But with respect, might I suggest that self-awareness is not one of this group's strong suits. Often when we hear trade policy experts talk about the public's backlash against trade in recent years, the argument comes down, in its essence, to something like, trade policy before 2017 was perfect. The only problem is that the American people are too dim to appreciate it. As someone who used to try cases, let me just suggest that an argument like that is not going to win over a jury. And in my view, a refusal to acknowledge the ways in which the world has changed is a much bigger threat to the future of trade policy than anything the Peter Navarros of the world can concoct. As I see it, there are only three options that can emerge from this period: no trade policy, an overly protectionist one, or my preferred option, a realist trade policy of the kind the U.S. followed for most of the post-World War II period. The trade policy of the Seinfeld era isn't making a comeback anytime soon. Fortunately, not everyone is stuck in the past. I found the conversation today to be quite refreshing, and I thought that the papers that were prepared for the conference contained a number of new and intriguing ideas. I think USTR, under both Ambassadors Lighthizer and Tai, deserve a great deal of credit for important innovations like USMCA's rapid response mechanism and the carbon-based sectoral arrangement on steel and aluminum that is being negotiated with the EU. There's interesting work being done by American Compass on the right and Rethink Trade on the left. Again, I don't agree with all of these ideas, but I appreciate the contest of ideas. And I also appreciate conferences like this one, which are the perfect place for those ideas to be tested, germinate, and ultimately spread. I thank the Baker Institute for hosting this event and the Charles Koch Foundation for sponsoring it, and look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have time for a number of questions, so please stand up, raise your hand, and somebody will get you a microphone. I see one, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a very interesting discussion here. My name is Colin Nelson. I'm just a member of the public that likes to participate in these things. I have one question which I'm sorry to demonstrate my own ignorance, but it's a really rookie observation. And that is, we've been talking about tariffs, we've been talking about barriers, we've been talking about this thing, these sorts of things. And one of the numbers that have been coming out and the benefits of tariffs, or what they are, the level of them, has been quite small numbers, 2.8%, this and that and the other. My question to you is, when you look at the financial markets and you look at exchange rates, the volatility which appears in that area seems to be far greater than the sorts of levels of tariff impact that we're talking about. And I wonder if you could just tell me whether my perception is wrong, or whether this sort of this sort of discussion should include the influences which affect exchange rates. Thank you.
I think that you are 1,000% right. The reality is, there's all this, talk about trade deficits and, in trade policy, but the rules of trade actually have very little to do with trade deficits, especially these days, given how low tariff rates are. Exchange rates are much more important. And frankly, there was some talk this morning about, Maynard Keynes and the rules and institutions that were set up after World War II. Keynes believed that, if you had a functioning monetary system, that would cause at least some natural balancing in trade. That if you ran a trade deficit, if your trade deficit got too high, that would affect exchange rates, and it would be self-correcting. The idea that you would have, a country like China or even Germany that are perpetual trade surplus countries, and countries like the United States and Britain that are perpetual trade deficit countries, was something that I think Keynes would have had a hard time conceiving. And I'm not. There are various proposals for how you might address this. I'm not an expert in that area. It certainly would be hugely disruptive. I would recommend the work that an economist actually works in China. His name is Michael Pettis has done on this subject. And I think it's very provocative. And again, it's one of these. It's the kind of thing that I think we need to have more discussion about. I mean, it's always sort of the coward's way out to say we should have more discussion. But this is really complicated stuff. And again, I think there's no question that in terms of the global economy, capital flows, those kinds of things, exchange rates are much more important, certainly, than tariffs.
Over here.
No, so yes, I'll let David moderate here.
Yes. Microphone. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Cherie, and I'm a Rice graduate. My question is about the blockchain, because you've mentioned the need to change and get online with the rest of the world. Countries like China, the United Kingdom, a lot of these, many countries across the world are incorporating blockchains in terms of managing distributed ledgers, and being able to manage expenses, currencies, and they're looking at a way of getting over the problem you mentioned with regard to money, not, deficits and so on. And is there any discussion regarding blockchain technology and trade?
I'm not an expert in blockchain, but I know a little bit about it, and my company is obviously involved with some of that technology. I have heard some discussion of it. I think in theory there are some places where it could have some really interesting applications. Ultimately, I believe that the world is probably headed to some sort of carbon border adjustment system where, if we're going to reduce emissions, it's likely that that's going to have to factor into trade. One of the difficult things with that, though, is figuring out how you account for carbon. And I could see blockchain technology providing something somewhat of a way for countries to at least communicate and be on the same page on some of those issues. It probably also has some application to to supply chain and supply chain security. Ultimately those things. First of all, I think a lot of them will probably just be done by the private sector. I think that I'm not sure government is really well positioned to step in and mandate the use of a particular technology. But as we talk about rules of origin being another way too. I can see where blockchain would be. Again, I think rules of origin are, if you can't have common external tariffs, I think you have to have rules of origin. And in something as important as the North American auto industry, I think you need fairly tight rules of origin. But I take the point that you certainly don't want a situation where complying with the rules outweighs the trade benefits, and it might be that technology like blockchain can make trade costs lower in that regard.
Sir.
Guillermo de Leon. I'm with De Leon Trade. We're a customs and import compliance firm. Heard your comments about the more realist approach to trade and trade policy. Give me a sense of how you think we get there, given our current political environment. Whichever administration is in place, and how we can get there, given our current circumstances.
Well, I think we're kind of already there, at least in part. As I see what a realist trade system is going to mean, it's that you're going to. Another way to sort of put it is that we're going to have different types of trading relationships with different countries, depending on whether and how our interests, particular security interests, align or disalign with them. I think what you're seeing with we saw in the Trump administration, and seeing to some extent, at least on the export control front, an even more aggressive tack by the Biden administration is a very different regime with China, particularly as it relates to technology trade. And so a lot of that's going to be done by, either unilateral executive action or, congressional action through things like the Uyghur Forced Labor Protection Act, something that's going to have a huge impact on trade with China. Really for me, the question though is, you'll have countries that, whose interests are not aligned. You'll have countries whose interests are aligned. So think of like, the United States and its close allies, NATO, the Five Eyes, US, Canada and Mexico through USMCA. And then you have, people kind of non-aligned. I think it's really those last two categories and the ones where a lot of the work needs to be done. I would go to, at least with, with close allies, the things that I mentioned on supply chains and technology. I think that those are things that can sell politically. I don't think that there's downside to the United States and to, to U.S. workers by pursuing trade. In fact, I think there's actually some upside, particularly on the supply chain front. So I think agreements that are focused on advancing those goals are things that are still very much saleable politically. One thing I kind of struggle with is kind of how do you deal with the countries sort of who are in the middle? So the non-aligned countries who with whom we'll want to maintain good relations and continue to trade, but who are not going to want to take the side of one bloc or the other. And that's I think that's going to continue to be the IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework that the Biden administration has launched. I think is an attempt to do that. The real question though is that going to be something that is substantive or just a forum for engagement? Forums for engagement are not worthless, but they're obviously limited in terms of tangible outcomes that you can expect to see from them.
Anyone else? I have a couple, but I will wait if, Dan.
Since many people have talked about rules of origin, I wanted to ask, many people believe that the current rules of origin under the USMCA and also under NAFTA are extremely complicated, extremely burdensome, and difficult to follow. So currently what's used is something called a tariff shift test, and you also then have to, put in regional value content and so forth. So it's extremely, extremely complicated. Now, I think the idea that the United States, Canada, and Mexico will go to a single external tariff, I believe that's impossible because there's no way that the three countries will form a customs union. The approach to rules of origin that existed prior to the tariff shift test was the substantial transformation test. And my question is, do you think actually, and the reason we went to the tariff shift test is because it's a so-called objective test, but it's also extremely complicated, burdensome, and so forth. Do you think that actually it was a mistake to move from the substantial transformation test to the tariff shift test? Because that was easier to apply. I think it was much more simple. And do you have any other ideas on how we could simplify rules of origin, which, as I keep mentioning, are, I think, way too burdensome?
Well, like a simple answer to your question is, I negotiated a lot of USMCA, and so do I think we made a mistake? No, but listen, this is complicated subject matter. There's no question about it. I think that the rules of origin under NAFTA contain some troubling loopholes. And the one that I always zeroed in on was the fact that regional value content was calculated on the basis of a list that was created, a parts list that was created in the early 1990s. It was supposed to have been updated, but the parties never updated it and couldn't agree on updates, so effectively it was frozen in time. So anything that came in from China or Korea or Germany or wherever that was not on the 90s parts list automatically counted as regional content. We called it deemed regional content. And again, I think that was a free riding problem that was significant. It would have gotten even bigger as new energy vehicles and new technologies are incorporated into cars. And so I think that needed to be tightened. I also think that the thing that the auto companies used to complain a lot about in the old system was this tracing list, where it was very paper intensive, whereas the new test is, again, as you say, it is sort of more objective. It's more sort of based on overall value. In terms of the burden of complying with this, I think that I will tell you, and this is just my experience, and take it for what it's worth. I see a gap between and no offense, but the law professors and the economists who complain about how burdensome and complicated the rules of origin are, and what I heard from the companies themselves. And again, these are not the kinds of, and I'm talking about auto rules of origin, so I'm not talking about other things. I mean, if some woman who's making ceramics in Toledo is going to send them to Mexico and had to comply with really complex rules of origin, that would be difficult. But we're talking about some of the largest corporations in the world. What they told us at the time was, and all of this stuff was negotiated. It was negotiated this was a negotiation with Canada and Mexico, but in a lot of ways it was a negotiation with the auto companies. And so they were involved and had a lot of input in all of this. And what they said was, first of all, they wanted to get rid of the tracing list, which we did. Secondly, what they said is, we're willing to tighten the rules, but it would be extremely expensive for us to do this in the middle of a model cycle. So what we really need is time to be able to plan and transition so that we can start the new regime with the next model cycle. We can make all of the plans on the basis of these. And in terms of the administrative costs, again, to the blockchain point, I think a lot of this stuff can be can be automated these days. I mean, all of that having been said, if the rules are too complicated, we should change them. I would say, we got a lot of flack about it at the time, but I think the sunset provision is something that's going to allow us. This is an experiment to some extent. It is, and if it turns out that you're right and I'm wrong, and over time the compliance costs outweigh the trade benefits, then we should fix it. I will say though that of all of the auto companies, however 12 or however many there were. All of them, save one, submitted a transition plan to USTR in order to get the longer transition period, in which they all said, we will qualify every one of our cars that is manufactured in North America under USMCA. So the idea that the companies are going to forego the trade benefit just because the rules of origin are too complicated to comply with, again, I don't see it. Again, theoretically, there's no question about it, and there might be aspects of these rules, certainly might be aspects of rules in other areas, particularly again where you have. What you can't have are hugely, there's a natural limit on how complicated and expensive rules of origin can be that is imposed by how high the tariff is. And so when you have really low tariffs and even 2.5% tariff, again, it's not meaningless, but it does limit how ambitious you could be. So again, hugely important topic. I have a sort of odd fascination and enthusiasm for rules of origin, as you can tell. But it is one where, and I think one of the reasons why it's complicated is because there's not a lot of good data. You hear different things from different people. Again, I think the good thing is that we'll have an opportunity in a couple of years to revisit all of this. And if there are parts of the system that need to be improved so that we can actually achieve the desired results, then we should take advantage of it.
Thank you. The lady back here, this is going to be our last question.
Thank you for being here. Insights are really useful. A little bit about me, Cindy DeLeon. I was a customs auditor, started my career and hired as a NAFTA auditor in 1995, and have done audits dealing with rules of origin both in Canada and Mexico as a US government official. So I love rules of origin as well. Two questions. First, easier one maybe, is how do you envision, or do you have any insight into how the LVC rules are going to be enforced? Who's going to be conducting that enforcement? In speaking to some of my former customs counterparts, I don't think even they know how those rules are going to be enforced. And then the second part of my question is whether you have any thoughts or insights into the additional burden of determining whether a good that could qualify for USMCA would be deemed Chinese country of origin to impose Section 301 coming out of Mexico, for example, because there have been recent customs rulings on that issue where companies not only have the burden of USMCA rules of origin, but then also have to determine whether the good is going to be deemed subject to Section 301. Thanks.
Both very good questions. On the LVC, I mean, as you know, there's an interagency committee that the Department of Labor is involved in, and U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. There have been some guidance that's been issued, and again, I mean, it's a new agreement. It's one I think we can expect. I think referring back to some of the conversation this morning, when you have a new agreement, you find out that there are some ambiguities, and you just kind of have to muddle through. I think we're so far, I think the level of uncertainty and adjustment costs have been bearable. But it's really, frankly, it's really important that the governments in all three countries work closely with the auto companies to make sure that there are common understandings, and that the ability to comply with these things is not something that is that raises the costs to the point that it overwhelms the tariff benefit. I mean, that's usually important. On the 301 and the transshipment issue, it's frankly it's one that I hadn't seen coming up a lot, but I think it's sort of a natural place where both the administration and particularly CBP will turn. Particularly when you look at, I think it's not just Mexico. I mean, if you look at the spike in imports from Vietnam that we've seen since the 301 tariffs came in. I mean, that would suggest. I mean, it's just natural. It's just natural that policymakers would take a look at that. And I think and that's also with the Uyghur Forced Labor Protection Act, and that's not just the 301 tariffs. I think origin of goods is going to be something that in the customs world is just going to be continue to be more and more important. If I can just say, if I can just take one liberty, David, also, and just ask myself a question which I can then respond to. Since you brought up the 301 and I think that this the 301 tariffs are I know they're controversial. I also think though that it's important, and there was a lot of discussion about this. I really enjoyed Danity and your papers and your discussion on it, which again I thought were very thoughtful. I do think though that one part of the discussion this morning that was missing was national security and in particular supply chain dependency. I mean, that is, and just I will just tell you from as your sort of ambassador from Washington today that that is the thing that is keeping people at the National Security Council up at night. The idea that the United States is so heavily dependent on China for a lot of critical goods. And, just from someone who was at USTR at the time and was familiar with some of the thinking, that was a major driver of the policy. Now, if you heard Trump talk about it, it was all about, the trade deficit and scorecards and those kinds of things. But I really think that this was the first step in a broader supply chain diversification strategy. If you look at the report that the Peterson Institute came out with, and the Peterson Institute hates the tariffs. I mean, it is to the free trade movement what Torquemada was to the Spanish Inquisition. But I think that their report actually vindicated the policy in this regard, because on at least the stuff that's on the first list, which is the stuff that was intended to overlap with China 2025, imports of those goods have gone down significantly, like 60 and 70%. And so you have had some supply chain diversification and lessening of dependencies. Now, you said that there's and I understand the calculations of, how much did consumers pay versus, minus whatever benefit there was to domestic producers plus the tariff, benefit, and you come up with an $8 billion, deadweight loss. I mean, I'll accept that. I will say, though, that, in the context of a $20 trillion economy, if you have significantly, lessened dependence on a country whose, interests don't necessarily align with our own, there could be some value to that. Now, that's not to say that's the only way to do it. It's not to say it was executed properly, but I think it is a more rational policy if you think about it from those perspectives than, frankly, if you just listen to the way that the president talked about it, which is that it was all about, soybeans and the trade deficit and the like. I close with just, I think one thing that all policymakers in this space could use a healthy dose of is humility. I think we are in a new world. I mean, I think that the solutions and the mechanisms and the institutions that, we thought would serve us again in this, in the sort of heady 1990s, are just no longer working. And we need new ideas. We need fresh thinking. I certainly don't think that I have a monopoly on wisdom in this area, which is, in large part why I've enjoyed this discussion so much today, because, there have been a lot of good ideas that have been contributed to the conversation. So thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. And thank all of you for coming.